We did that last year. We had sunglasses and music, everything. We did. Oh, welcome.
So I didn't know what to do for this year.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our 2026 municipal budget. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I was sound a little tired this morning. Yes, welcome everyone. This is our first budget as the new council. So we are slated over the next 3 days to go through operations, capital, and everything else with the intention of bringing it to our regular council meeting on December 3rd. If we don't feel obligated. I know that we don't want to rush through it. We're going to take our time. If you have any questions, just put up your hand and we can go through this as slow as everyone needs or as efficient as everyone needs. But yeah, we'll take our time. We'll go through it and don't be afraid of any questions. So I will hand it over to Miss Elvira Thompson this morning. Good morning and welcome. And
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Happy budget.
Happy budget. So maybe just before we begin, we've had a council meeting. Everybody has met everyone in the room. Is that correct? Or maybe I should just do a quick roundtable for administration before we begin. I'll start with our council and I'll start with Deputy Ryan Finn. Nancy. What department? Yes, and Amanda's from the Free Press. And then there we go. Now we'll hand it over to Ms. Thompson this morning.
Sounds good. Let me get my... Okay, the municipal budget is indicative of efforts by both council and administration to meet the needs of Drayton Valley in 2026. The 2026 budget assumes that prior service levels are met, the ones set by council. Additionally, the draft budget includes inflationary and cost of living increases in multiple expense types, including utilities, wages, insurance, and protective services. However, with cost savings in some areas and additional revenues in other areas, administration was able to increase reserve transfers with a minimal increase in tax rates. Members of the community often inquire on where their tax dollars are spent. The top graph provides a visual representation of how Drayton Valley tax dollars work for the average property owner. And the bottom graph shows what types of expenses their tax dollars are spent on. So the top graph, you can see the biggest area is, of course, public works. That's where roads, sidewalks, snow removal, all that stuff that's super visible to the community, that's where that all falls under. Next is administration and corporate services, with a close third for protective services, which includes in this graph the RCMP, fire, and enforcement services. And then the bottom graph is the types of expenses. So you can see that by far our biggest expense is salaries and wages. The human cost is typically in most municipalities the biggest cost. And then second to it is contracted and general services. And then RCMP quite a bit underneath it at 9%. So first up, before we get started on the actual budget, I included some comparables again so that council has some reference to work with. And so the very first graph is the residential tax rate as it compares to the town of Edson, town of Hinton, town of Innisfil, town of Ponoka, town of Rocky Mountain House, town of Westlock, and town of Whitecourt. And so if you look that Drayton Valley is not the highest, not the lowest. It's in the average, although it is potentially a little bit on the high end of the average in this compared to these municipalities. And the non-residential tax rate, as you can see, we've talked about this before. I'm not sure if we've talked about it with this council, but the non-residential tax rate, that's where Drayton Valley is a little bit higher. Still not the highest, but on the high end of average for sure. And so just keep that in mind when we talk about mill rates later on through budget. The next is a tax levy. So this is the actual taxes that they end up paying. So of course, this includes then their assessments. So it's not just the rates, but also their assessments and what they ended up paying in physical dollars. So town of Drayton Valley, it falls very similarly to the rates, which means that the assessments may not be incredibly different. So it's a good set of comparisons, meaning that the rates and the assessments are both similar. So at the front, at the very first, there is Drayton Valley. And so we talk about residential versus non-residential. So the goal is that those two are not as far apart as they are. And so you see town of Innisfil, for example, their taxes that they get from residential versus non-residential is really close. The only thing missing in this graph, and we can't really go and just use this graph, is the fact that our non-residential assessment is quite a bit higher on percent compared to a lot of municipalities. So really what we should be looking at is the rates. We want the rates to be closer because Drayton Valley has a really big non-residential tax base, you will see the non-residential taxes be higher as a comparison to the residential rates or total levies. And then the bottom is the composition of assessments. So this is where I'm talking about that Drayton Valley's, you see the graph there, the non-residential, which is the light blue. It's bigger piece of the graph than most other municipalities. So that's a really good sign. And I think part of the reason that we've discussed even narrowing the gap between the two is to even motivate more growth in the non-residential area of Drayton Valley. But overall, Drayton Valley is sitting really good in the composition of their assessments. We have municipalities like Chestermere bedroom communities that are like 90% residential, and they have very, very little commercial or non-residential, and so that means that the homeowners are paying essentially all the property taxes for the municipality. So that's really a good sign for Drayton Valley. So the next is the revenues and expenses per capita, and at first when you glance at it, you're like, okay, so Drayton Valley is really high, both. And yes, we are really high, both revenues and expenses. The reason for this, of course, is we have services that very few other municipalities have. We have multiple of those. And so when you combine those, we're likely, I actually have never looked, but we're likely the only municipality that has affordable housing and childcare center and something like the CETC. So that pushes our expenses a fair bit higher than the average municipalities. And of course, our revenues are higher as well. ECDC typically, in most years, a lot of years, has brought in money or sustained itself, not every year. So it has, the expenses are typically matched with revenues, and affordable housing is very similar. So the goal for affordable housing, of course, is that it breaks even. It hasn't every single year, but that is the goal. So the higher expenses should be met with the higher revenues, of course. Now, when you hear me talking about reserve transfers and the need for reserve transfers, this is where you can see that Drayton Valley's expenses are actually higher than its revenues. Now, to be fair, it does include amortization, which is a non-cash expense. However, most municipalities, or a lot of municipalities, still surpass their revenues to expenses, even with amortization calculated. So just keep that in mind. Amortization is not the best indicator of what we should be putting into reserves, because it's just based on past expenses and expenses we own and their estimates. Of course, we calculate Does everyone know what amortization is? Could explain it again. So when you add a capital asset to your ownership, when we own more capital assets, we have to amortize it over time. Capital assets, roads, buildings, underground infrastructure, everything of that nature. And we amortize it over time, over the lifetime of that asset. So we use straight line amortization. So if a road is going to be lasting us for 20 years, then we expense that over 20 years. So every year, a little bit goes onto the income statement. And so the thought being that in 20 years, we have enough money. If we put that into reserves, then in 20 years, we have enough money to build that road again. That's the idea. Now, I don't know that I would recommend Drayton Valley put 7 million in reserves every year. That might be excessive, but we have to do some more work to see how other municipalities are actually accomplishing that. But we have to get at least somewhere between what we are doing now and 7 million, because that way we have a sufficient amount of reserves to replace assets that we know we own. And the reason also why I'm saying that amortization is not necessarily the best way to calculate what we should be putting into reserves is because just because we own that asset in the past doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to replace it. In lots of circumstances it is, but not necessarily in every single circumstance. So that's why when Ken brought the asset management plan forward, then we use other information, not just what we own and what it costs right now. Now we talk about replacement value and all those kinds of things as well. So that's just something to remember. I would like to see the gap between there even out a little bit over time, which is the goal, and we have gotten a step closer this year. So that is really fantastic news. And the bottom is our long-term debt limit ratio. I mean, it's interesting because we have town of Hinton with just practically no borrowing, and then town of Ponoka with tons, right, used up. So we're okay. We're okay there. We don't have any big borrowings coming up this year or next year, which maintains our limit a little bit longer. But it is we do want to keep some limit there, because if we borrow a lot, then if something comes up and an emergency comes up or whatever it might be, then we've trapped ourselves. And the other reason why being on the high end of the borrowing is that it always comes with an operating cost, as you'll see, because we've had some borrowings in the last couple of years, and it always comes with an operating cost. And a cash flow cost, right? We have to make those payments. And so we do want to be careful when we decide on debenturing or borrowing. We want to make sure that we're thinking about what that's going to cost us in taxes the next year. And there have been times in the past where we have borrowed, and then the year thereafter, our expenses go up by 150,000, but we have not matched our revenues to that. And so that cost us in other areas, because we're now decreasing other areas of expenses because the taxes are not going up to match that debenture that's outgoing. Now, I hope it's not too depressing. I didn't mean to depress everyone. I just wanted a little bit of background, a little bit of education before we got started, just so that everyone has some reference to work on. And now we will go to the 2025 accomplishments or achievements.
Just before we move, is there any questions?
Oh, yes, of course.
Go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, so just within our long-term debt-to-debt ratio, we have the percentages. Do we have like a total number? It doesn't have to be anything exact, just kind of a rough idea. Just for us.
Okay.
I believe it's around 12 million. Connor, can you confirm? $12 million that we have in debentures, yes. 25.1, yeah. So, and the way the ratio works as well is that as your revenues increase, your limit increases as well. that's what it's based on, is how much you're bringing in. So, yeah, there's lots of room there to borrow. That's not at all what I'm saying. There's it's just that we have to be careful that we have to be careful that we're,
We got 4
yeah.
years, so we don't borrow for 4 years.
Yeah.
Make us look really, really good and then
then, exactly, yeah.
suck the bag up.
Yeah, I'm
you,
leaving with,
Brandon, yes.
I'm leaving with you guys then.
Oh, you've
Yeah.
only been here how long and you've already got it figured out?
Believe it or not, our budget does not balance itself because we don't just borrow to make it work.
Okay, Cody, are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, Farrell?
His question.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead, Brandon.
The municipal levy that did show up on there, is that like an average per person of what they're paying for the municipal levy? Like per building, I would say?
It's per, I believe that's per capita.
That is per capita? Okay.
No, it's per assessed property.
So per assessed property? Okay, any other questions?
And another thing to note, sorry, before we move on, is that just before, I will say last year when I mean 2025, because I'm already in 2026 thinking, because I've been in this budget for a while now, but this year, 2025, I worked on a financial framework, and in that, one of the things that we talked about was that at the beginning of each council term, we're going to talk about which municipalities council would like to compare to, and which they felt like would be good indicators. And so sometime in the spring, around the time we do strategic planning, we'll bring something forward, and then we can discuss if these are the municipalities that council would like to compare to and look at, or if there's others. And that is for more comparatives on a lot more things than just tax rates. But that will be coming, service levels, the whole shebang. But anyway, that will be coming forward in the spring when we do strategic planning or around that time.
Okay, so did you want to send it out to council previously, the financial framework? Because the previous council, we approved it or made a motion to accept as information. Do you maybe want to share that just so?
Absolutely. I thought it was in your orientation package, but perhaps it wasn't.
Was it? Yeah, okay, it was, okay.
Okay.
Okay, it is in there. Okay, so that's what Elvira is speaking to. It's got some great.
Did you get that binder soft copy or just hard copy? Because I can definitely send a soft copy to you guys if you want via email. Okay, it was all hard copy?
Yeah, me too.
Make a note.
Okay,
Perfect. All right, 2025 achievements. So typically in a budget season, I would list the achievements underneath council strategic priorities so that you could see all the things that we accomplished that drove your priorities forward. But we have not done strategic planning yet. So this year, we're just going to list the achievements by department and divisions. And so that's something to look forward to for next year. So for fire, we completed major projects, including the Memorial Park and the AFRAX radio project. The radios are now fully functional. New systems and programs implemented, like the first due fire department management system and the fire engineering online training program. And significant training achievements, including completion on NFPA 100 Level 1 professional firefighter training by 9 members. And I know Tom, our Fire Chief Tom, I almost said Councillor Tom. He did mention it, I think, in his quarterly report last week, but we did have a lot of new firefighters in the last year. And so it's really great news that lots of firefighters are being trained up. Enforcement services and emergency management. So we strengthened the emergency management program, introduced a new municipal emergency management plan, bylaw, committee terms of reference, administrative policies and procedures, added an ESS trailer, completed over 1,000 hours of staff training, and passed the provincial audit with town's highest ever score, which is really, really good news. Cody and Tom and the team have worked really hard. It's hard to escape Cody's training emails when he prompts us to come to training. So he's doing a really good job. Improved collaboration and preparedness. We expanded the MOUs with municipalities and local businesses to support coordinated emergency response. Community safety and bylaw updates. Continued updates to the community standards and responsible pet ownership bylaws. Initiated public engagement for updated traffic bylaws and moved forward with digital speed display signs at 20-plus community locations. Animal care and community support. Established a new multi-year contract for animal care facility attendants and raised over $5,000 for the food bank through Cram a Cruiser and Dunk Tank events. Participated in various community events to maintain visibility and support local initiatives. So I don't know if you guys follow the enforcement page on Facebook, but the team does a really good job at, like for Halloween, for example, he'll post a cute picture of kids on Halloween and just talk about safety and making sure kids are out and all that kind of stuff. So I think that it's really went a long way in how people think about our enforcement officers. ECDC, you supported 114 families with affordable childcare access, delivered Indigenous training to 42 children through Weyerhaeuser funding, provided 53 children with free swimming lessons via Pembina Pipeline sponsorship. And if you see a theme here, our program manager, Ms. Bernice Taylor, does an amazing job looking for sponsorships. She's consistently gotten between $20,000 and $60,000 in sponsorships every year, and it provides a lot of opportunities for the kids there that most other childcare centers wouldn't. And she's also able to provide things there, like necessary things that alleviates the need for tax funding as well. And so she does a really, really good job at it. And she has continuous, like Weyerhaeuser, Pembina, and there's a couple others that consistently give every single year they don't donate there. So it's just a shout out to Bernice for that. And to the organizations that contribute. We had some training, staff level 2, level 3 certifications, and we also had 8 that participated in Zero Fee, now called TAB, through Northern Lakes. Contributed to sector leadership by supporting research for Muntart affordability assessment and mentoring Spirit River Council on municipal childcare decisions. And that's the other really great thing about our childcare center is that Bernice is very, very plugged into what the province is doing, what the nonprofit and for-profit sectors of childcare are doing, and she's presented on all kinds of stages. She's met the Prime Minister, well, not this Prime Minister, a previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and she's always there contributing feedback into how to improve childcare and helping other childcare centers when needed. So she's definitely a leader in that area. The pool, we enhanced staff training and improved program to raise service standards, including updates to Kids Camp and full overhaul of JLC. Provided community support during the teachers' strike by offering Kids Camp to help families manage childcare needs. My kids loved it. It was a big hit. And successfully hosted their second annual swim meet, receiving excellent feedback from participants. The team auctions and McKinsey Conference Center. So if I mess up and say Omniplex during this process, just correct me, because it's amazing how hard it is to change that after saying it for so many years. So secured several grants, including funding for an energy audit and Parkinson's exercise classes, so free Parkinson's exercise classes. And we're also applying for GMF and CEC grants for facility upgrades. So Barry and Heather and Hans are working on getting a grant, which to get the grant, we had to do an energy study because it's through the GMF, through FCM. And so we got some funding to do the study that comes before getting the grant. So that's, yeah, a sequence of events that has to take place there. But we're very hopeful about that. Completed engineering schematics for the ice plant, which is what we're trying to replace or upgrade. Finalized key partnerships, including a 5-year Thunder agreement and new naming sponsors for the main building, as well as the Omni Arena 1, which is now the Nelson Bros Arena. And the Arena 2 is the Pembina Arena, and it's been for several years.
Sure, go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, I believe the Nelson Brothers Arena is now called the NBA, right? That's the new acronym. There's another acronym to throw at things. There's TAC, there's NBA, there's the,
Oh, I didn't even put that together. Whoa.
And we called the team options.
TAC. TAC and NBA and TAB and blah.
It's easier in acronyms.
MCC, you know?
Yes.
We'll get there. It'll just take a little while. We'll get them all.
We'll get an acronym sheet printed out.
Yes. A
Right.
bit of a cheat sheet.
Bit of a cheat
Yeah.
sheet, yeah.
I do believe that this following point, I think she got her years mixed up, because I think that was 2024, but rebranded all facility signage, launched a new media platform, and hosted Oil Country Winners facilities. But if it happened in 2025, then amazing. It was 2025?
Yeah, it's March 2025. Yes.
Okay, I'm the one that's, it's been, I guess. Achieved significant community milestones such as hosting the upcoming 2027 Provincial Curling Championships. That is really, really amazing. Unveiling a large community art piece and designing a custom Olympia seat for a local child, an event covered by CTV News, which was also a really big accomplishment in 2025. It was really special. Programs continue to grow, including Silver 70s with over 75 active members, and the facility welcomed approximately 1.21 million visitors. So if you've ever been at the arena on a weekend, you know where that number is coming from. Community services, so we had our community services and FCSS departments continued to work with both First Nations and Métis community partners to provide an educational opportunity for the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. So we had a roundtable at the Roots of Resilience Charter School. And so we talked a lot about the steps the community has taken over the last 4 years that provoked much thought about the future as we learn and grow together. Community Services and FCSS moved from the Rotary House to the Community Services Center after outgrowing their previous space. The new location enhances service delivery and confidentiality while also creating room to accommodate newcomer support team. And I believe they do have spots for more. So I think in 2026, the goal will be to get a couple more teams in there to help offset the costs. So right now, the newcomer support team and then FCSS has the home support team, community events, and navigation for seniors. And then the community services department has the homelessness, community outreach worker, and the affordable housing program manager there. And maintenance, we completed multiple roof repairs. I know it sounds like a lot of roofs, but we own a lot of roofs, so that's how it goes around here. HVAC and vent cleaning at the Civic Center, major drain repairs at EPAC, floor repairs at the fire hall, and new hot water tank and oven rebuilds at the Mackenzie Conference Center. Resurfaced the pickleball court, updated the skate park seal coat, manufactured new piping for the snow melt pit. I don't know if I know what that is. Snow melt pit? Oh, okay. Installed new lighting in the boxing gym, renovated the curling rink bar and RV shower house, repainted CETC and the washroom trailer at Diamond 4, and installed a mural on the team auction center. Poured new concrete paths and pads at various locations, mostly around the ECDC food bank building, mud-jacked corners at the public work office, installed double overhead doors, updated air compressors and lines at the West Yard, which is at the public works, one of the public works yards, and installed new motors for CETC air handling units, and upgraded the team auction sprinkler system, conducted a life cycle study for the splash park, and installed panic buttons at the library and council chambers. So you can rest assured that the mayor has a button to press if something goes wrong. We have. Oh, I don't know. I think we have. I get lots of messages when they test those,
Oh, you do?
because we all get notifications,
Oh.
right? Established a weed spraying program, so Public Works and Parks, completed in-house ditching to improve stormwater flow, carried out major pothole repairs across the community, finished the construction of the Greenwood Swale, and we've talked about that for a few years, so that's done. Expanded cross-training between Public Works and Park staff to enhance coverage and support, support succession planning, introduced operational efficiencies across Public Works and Parks, and completed land leveling at the north side of the CETC properties. For you, oh, I thought I heard you say something.
Oh, no, I'm just looking to make sure no one had their hand
Yes,
up.
Utilities, we completed the main valve operating project, replacing 3 valves with 7 more planned, and repaired 34 CCs in-house. Dislodged the Murrah Pond, increasing storage capacity. Confirmed underground utility locations for the distribution connection project. Completed annual hydrant flushing and winterizing. Reduced sewer backups from 9 in 2024 to 2 in 2025 through preventative maintenance. So that's really great news. And the use of our flush truck. Secured partial grant funding for the wastewater treatment upgrades through AMWIP. And 3 operators enhanced their certifications with AEP. And in information technology, we consolidated the economic development and planning and development staff and equipment at the public works site with minimal disruption. Provided on-demand support and equipment to Roots of Resilience Charter School. Oh, and we finished the 50th Ave. Shelley messaged me. She forgot to add it to the list of accomplishments.
That's a big one.
That was a big one. The biggest one, almost, you could say. Oh, goodness. Initiated multiple software platform migrations, reducing licensing costs by nearly $15,000. Expanded the public security camera network with 4 sites. Maintained over 94.5 network uptime in 2025, despite unplanned system failures. And participated in an IT study that helps plan for the future IT needs, ensuring solutions are secure, cost-effective, and focused on excellent customer service. And cybersecurity. Yeah. Finance, we filled and trained the new finance position that was approved last year, and we began cross-training to support better work-life balance and allow staff to take 2-week vacations without concern about workload. Worked with consultants to implement the new finance software, including developing a revised GL account structure, coordinating with the team to confirm system needs, and started necessary training. Communication, so we did the 2024 annual report that highlighted all the accomplishments of the town for 2024, along with the town's financials and financial position and key achievements as well. And we had, surprise, surprise, the 2025 municipal election. So I am sure there's more accomplishments, but those are some of the things that were accomplished through the approved budget, 2025 budget. And we're not quite through the year yet, so I'm sure we'll have some more accomplishments. Any questions?
Go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, the security camera network, the 4 new sites, do they happen to cover the parking lot behind the Eleanor Pickup Arts Center?
I don't believe so.
It's kind of a high crime area. Yeah, just for people's information, I've had, like, this is anecdotal, but my own sister was parked there for like an hour, and she came back to her vehicle and the window smashed, and somebody took her purse out of it or something, or it was empty. But it would be nice to have something there, but even as a deterrent, it doesn't even have to be a functioning camera.
So our cameras right now, I don't really think we have any cameras in the community. They're all facility focused. Because when we start wandering into public cameras now, we have to work a lot with FOIP. I know it's not called FOIP anymore. That's not even, yeah. And so I believe I'd have to defer to Tom to this question about where they all are. Oh, let's see if Nathan's messaging me, helping out. But yeah, that's right now, we don't have them at like intersections or parks and anything like that. For those reasons and then the other reason sometimes it's hard is that if we have cameras only to support the RCMP doing their job, then that's a decision I guess council has to make in terms of the cost that of the current RCMP, or like insurance and stuff like that, right? Like, is that what you want to put in your municipal budget? But I mean, that's,
Very restricted what they can actually take and use this footage. We had trouble with the community camera program.
yeah. And that was the only use, was pretty much accidents at the end of the day for people's insurance that the footage got used for. So, yeah, so I could get you a list of where those cameras are. I'll make a note of it, and then at least you know where they are. But right now, we do not have any for public, in public areas for those purposes. Tell your friends. Yeah.
Go ahead, Pat.
Just have a question. Under maintenance, there's a referral to conducting a lifestyle study for the splash park. Can we get any information about that study?
Yeah, I think that what all was looped into our master plan, our recreation master plan, is that correct? And so yes, the whole report will be, but essentially to see the life it has left, just to put all the recreation pieces that will need replacing and how they rate and all that kind of stuff. So that will be coming to you very soon.
Girl?
Weird question, but the parking lot you were talking about, does the town actually own that?
No.
We own part of that parking lot.
Oh. Okay, good. Good. We like to own parts of stuff. Put that on the for sale list.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Pat.
I also see under information technology, provided on-demand support and equipment to Roots of Resilience Charter School. And that's interesting. What kind of support?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey, that was in the transition from when the staff moved out of CETC and the Roots of Resilience was getting set up so that they could run their systems. So there had to be IT support back and forth between the two to coordinate that takeover, or the changeover.
I have a list here. I'll read it quickly where the cameras are. So we have skate park. So I was wrong. There was one at the skate park. Omniplex parking lot. It is yeah. The town, then intersections near 50th and Highway 22, old A&W. And the Boston Pizza, that intersection of 50th Street and Highway 22 by the Derricks, and waiting to move forward with camera going live at 50th Avenue and the Ring Road. Oh, I was wrong. We do have a bunch of street locations. Oh, those are new. Okay. Those are the 4. Okay.
Yeah, those were discussed in the quarterly reports, the 4 that TELUS had abandoned, but we've just gotten them now, so.
Those are the 4 new ones I see.
And are they live? All but one. So live, maybe we could just talk about who can access those. Like, they're not live streaming to the public, they're.
No, and I think when people think about cameras, they think that we have a control room somewhere with just like TV screens and we're just like, but that is in fact not what happens. So we only pull camera footage. Oh, Tom will speak to it, but we only pull camera footage when there's a reason to, and there's a process to it. So there's a form. So let's say at the Omniplex something happens, then there's this whole process, a form that has to be filled out, timeframes, and then Cody has to pull it with IT's help, and there's very, very strict guidelines as to how it gets pulled and who gets it. But I'll let Tom speak to it a bit more.
Elvira pretty much said exactly what I was going to say.
Add something else.
The cameras are not accessible to just everybody and anybody. There's a very, very strict rules around that. Even the RCMP, when the RCMP are requesting information, they have to go through that same process in order to obtain the film footage. So it's a very restricted area. The key part when this whole project started was to protect our own infrastructure or to monitor our own infrastructure. So that's why, like a public parking lot, we wouldn't necessarily do that. Omniplex parking lot, the buildings around the CETC, those types of areas, because they belong to us, are the ones that we have cameras on.
Does anybody have any questions about our cameras, or? Well, we have Tom up here, no? Okay, thanks, Tom.
I am sending a document right now that has all the camera locations and the strategic financial framework for your perusal. Any other questions on the achievements? Anything that we covered that you guys have any questions on before we move on?
No?
Awesome. Well, let's get into the meat and potatoes.
The operations.
Okay, so this is the operating budget by expense type. So this is pretty much our whole budget in one page. We will go into a bit more detail if you're wondering, but this is it right here. Yes, we'll have some more summaries. So at the top, we have the municipal taxes and requisitions. So we have some information from our assessor that tells us that we may expect a 3.7% increase in residential assessments. So that's calculated in there. And then to make the net intake of taxes to the town at 2.5% increase, I added that to the taxes to make our whole amount that we bring in 2.5%. And so the requisitions we already know are going to be increasing, not necessarily the rates. We don't have information to say that the requisition rates are going to be increasing, but we know that our equalized assessment is increasing, and that's what the education requisitions are based on. Not just the education, the seniors as well, as our equalized assessment. And so based on the increase in our equalized assessment, I did an estimate of what our requisitions, we can expect our requisitions to be. Of course, we don't know, like this is all estimates to this point. We don't know if the residential assessments will come in at exactly 3.7%, but that's just an estimate. Right now, we're thinking that non-residential is going to remain flat. Government transfers, so this is grants. This is all grants we bring in for operations. This is not capital grants. And we see an increase, and the reason for the increase is we have increased our grants in the shelter grant area. So we have a whole grant for security at the pods for the entire year, and that increased quite a bit. And so we have that increased. We know that we have to reapply for every 6 months. We projected to get the grant, but then we also have them outflow. So it's just an in and an out. So if you look down under contracted and general services, you have, I mean, that's not the entire increase. There's lots of other things, but you will have, that will be higher as well to make up for the increase in the grants, because if we don't spend it, you either lose it, you give it back, or you defer it to the next year, so it doesn't stay as a surplus on the books. Cost share, so we do have a slight increase in our cost share, and that's because our cost shared facilities are increasing, the cost of running them is increasing slightly, so the revenues, the cost share is also increasing, because that is, right now, the recreation facilities are being cost shared at 50% with Brazeau County. User fees and sales of goods and services, so that is increasing because we increased our fees, most of our fees by 2.5% across the board. Not every single area for reasons, like comparable reasons or other reasons, but a lot of them did increase by 2.5%.
Just a question, Elvira.
Yeah.
Do we do any cost sharing or receive any dollars from Parkland or Breton?
We don't see any cost share from Breton, but we do see a small amount from Parkland. So it's based on their usership of the pool and the Omniplex, or team auctions. Yes, they do contribute to FCSS as well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they did contribute also a small portion to the construction of the pool as well, the new aquatic
Correct.
center, based
Yes.
on, what was that, based on users as well, or how was that formula?
I don't remember what the capital cost share was based on. It would have been decided before I started here, but they did contribute a part of that as well, yes. But mostly it's Brazeau County, like obviously
Yeah.
is the most of the cost share, but we do have about, I want to say about 60 or 70,000 from Parkland. That's recreation, and then FCSS, I think it's like 40,000. Waste management, this is one area we did not increase the fees. The previous councillors will remember that we have increased them quite a bit over the last few years, and so this year, based on comparable landfills, we did not feel like it was the right move. When talking about fees and what we can charge, we always have to make sure that we don't tip over to the point where now the fees are going to decrease the demand and thereby lowering our revenues. So we did leave the Aspen waste fees almost entirely alone. When we get to the fee schedule, you see that we made some adjustments, added some specifics that we hadn't added there before, but the fees did not increase. Utilities, they did increase. Water sewer rates did increase based on our Corvus study. So previously, Corvus did our water and sewer rate utility rate study. So essentially what they do is they come in and they look at all the infrastructure we own to deliver water sewer, the water sewer infrastructure. They see what capital projects are on the way, when we're gonna have to replace them on what's on our plan. And then they tell us what the rates should be and how much we should be putting into reserve. So this is where we've followed the rates that they've given us, because that's the best information we have on what we should be charging. But we have not been putting the money into reserves that we should be putting into reserves. So that's something to remember as we go through and talk about reserves. This year, Shelley and myself, we worked with a company that essentially will allow us to put projects in a program and get live information on where our rates should be and live information as to what our reserve transfers should be, so that we're not relying on a 4-year-old study, especially in the case where for 4 years we have not been putting the reserves away, so those reserve transfers are no longer accurate. Those reserve transfers are only accurate if we'd followed it all along. So now they're double, triple, right? And so this program was very, very cost effective, and the price of the subscription will be, based on inflation, I think less than if we paid Corvus to do the study every 4 years. And this will allow live, we'll just put information in and as we get it. So that we can expect to come into play next year as we talk about budget. So it's just not at the point where we can use it. So for this year, we're still using Corvus rates to tell us what our utility rates should be.
Do you want to just make a note here that we, in the spring, seen I think it was $2.2 million surplus, so we were able to put some extra money away in reserves, particularly utilities?
Yeah, I have to pull up how much. So because there was savings, when the financials were wrapped up, there was savings there, and council chose to put a lot of the savings into this water sewer reserves, which is a really great first step. And I'll talk about this a lot over the next couple of days, but what's important is to make sure that those reserve transfers fit within our operating budget, because that will make sure that they are able to be made every single year, year upon year. When we have a surplus, putting them in water and sewer is the most responsible thing to do, but that does not absolve us from having to make sure that reserves are a committed budget line in our operating budget every year, and to make sure that, so essentially, I'll bring it up here just so I can see the exact number. Operating budget. So utilities is bringing in $1.6 million after the small reserve transfers that are allotted in this budget. And so that $1.6 million, most of that should be going into reserves to make sure that our infrastructure can be upgraded in the years very, very soon. We already have projects that we could use those reserves on. And so the idea that these water rates are set to make sure we are able to put those reserves away, but when we set them and we don't put the reserves away, now it's allowing a reduced mill rate or tax levy burden, which in itself is nothing wrong with, to make sure that the taxes aren't high. But when you look at it from a bigger picture, there's work to be done to make sure that instead of that, making sure that our operations run as efficiently as possible, seeing if there's any other areas that costs can be reduced without putting too much burden. So our team behind us have heard this, doing more with less, 1,000 times over the last few years. And that's not what I'm talking about, doing more with less. I'm talking about making decisions on what the municipality wants to offer and what they want to pay for, not taking everything away from staff and then thinking that they'll do a great job and maintain all the service levels, because that is not a sustainable way. And we've come here because, we had the crash, the economic downturn, and then we had COVID. And then, we took a while, and then we had just crazy cost increases. And so those are all pressures that it was a perfect storm. And so it is very, very difficult, but that's where we're trying to get to, is to make sure that the revenues that utilities makes goes into reserve for replacement of infrastructure.
And we had a wildfire.
And we had a wildfire. How could I forget?
How could you
Wow.
forget? And just so with that, Elvira, 1.6 million utility revenue, in this budget, what is the suggested percent that we'd be putting away in reserves?
For water and sewer, we're suggesting 50,000 each. I know that sounds very little, but
Yeah.
we're getting, so when we get to the reserves, we'll talk a lot more in detail about this,
Okay.
but we have almost $1 million going into reserves. And in 2020, I think it was 200,000. So we've come a long ways. So let's
Yeah.
not take that lightly, right?
Yeah.
We have come a long ways.
Considering everything we've been through, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So we've come a long ways. However, most of those are not going to water sewer because there's reserve transfers committed via previous council motions. And so we have some going to the ice plant replacement. A few years ago, we knew that was coming up. We knew for certain that it only had so many years left. Council made a motion to put 166,000 into reserves until it come up for replacement, which is next year, hopefully. So 166,000 of the almost $1 million, or over 900,000, is going to that reserve. We have some going to capital, so we have a small portion of revenues going to a capital replacement, which is really great because that's starting to add up, and in a few years we can use some of that on 43rd Street. And we have also, we used our, for the wildfire, we pulled from our operating contingency reserve to pay for it that year, so we didn't need to increase taxes, and the commitment at that time was to pay it back over 3 years. So some of that money is going back into that reserve so that the operating contingency reserve remains at $1 million, which I'd like to increase, but for now, that's where it's at. So those are the reasons why our reserves are almost $1 million, but a lot of those reserves are going to other areas. But we do have 50, I want to say 50, I can't remember now exactly.
50 each?
Sorry?
50 going to each water and sewer?
Each, I think. Do I have my spreadsheet open? Oh, what a rookie. Okay. But yeah, so that we're one small step at a time. That's the lesson to be made. It's never underestimate how a small amount in a single year can accumulate over time. A little bit, like even if when I do the long-term planning and I say our tax revenues are going to increase by 3% and our expenses are going to increase by 2.5%, that 0.5% year over year is millions of dollars 10 years from now in reserves. So the lesson there is that it never underestimate a small amount that accumulates over time.
We should have got budget shirts that said that one small step at a time.
Yeah, instead I wore green.
Money.
Money, money, money.
For next year.
Yeah. The other, so rental revenues also increasing. Most of those are at the Omniplex, those rental revenues, and and the Community Training Education Center. Nope, Community Education Training Center. Other revenues is decreasing, and the reason for that is that we had been enjoying very good interest rates over the last few years from our investments, and we are going to see them decrease a little bit, but also, after all the research I did for the strategic financial framework, it was made pretty clear that we should not be relying on interest income to meet our operating needs, because of how inconsistent they are and for this exact reason. So if interest rates go up, we have a tendency to be like, well, we're going to get like 600,000, let's put that in here so we don't have to increase taxes. And then what happens in a year like this year, now 100,000 has to be raised by taxes because our interests are going down. So instead, what should be happening with interest revenues is they should be either committed to reserves or specific projects. So the end result is you still use the money, you still get the money. It's just that it's not going to impact taxes the year that they start coming down. So I didn't decrease them drastically, but I did decrease them by 100,000 this year. Franchise fees, they're remaining kind of stable. For whatever reason, their projections were not very accurate, so the amount is going down like ever so slightly. Penalties were remaining the same, and then licenses is going up as well with an increase in rates as well. So that means our total revenues from 25 to 26 went from 17.4 million to 18.1 million. Then we move on to the expenses, a lot less fun, but very, very necessary.
Sure, go ahead, Pat.
Sorry to slow you down, but can you just tell me what requisitions,
So requisitions are the seniors, requisitions about 250, 60,000 from us to support the seniors lodging. Yeah. And the rest is education. So the Alberta government requisitions based on equalized assessments, and they set the rates every year. I don't have the 2024 amount, I can bring them up, but they did increase fairly significantly from
Just
23
wanted
to
to know what
24,
that
or
included.
24 to 25. Yeah, so that's what that is. So the biggest amount is for public schools, and then a small amount for Catholic, and then the seniors.
Okay. And also franchise fees.
Oh, yes, so franchise fees are, so we set the rate by, so Fortis owns all the power infrastructure, and ATCO owns the gas. And so those two, we collect franchise fees through those companies, organizations. They charge it directly, it's not coming from them, they charge it to the user. So if you look on your bill, you will see it on your bill. And it's just a way for municipalities to collect a little bit for them being in our town, essentially, yeah.
And with that, Elvira, when does council decide on whether they remain the same, or we increase or decrease?
Really, we can decide at various points throughout the year, but typically we bring it forward in the fall to have them effective in January. This year with councils changing, we did not bring them forward. But this coming year, you will have that come forward, and you will present the estimated amount, what a rate increase or decrease would do to the average customer and everything like that. So you have a good decision to make. Some logic to it is, I know places like schools and hospitals don't pay taxes. And so this is like a small way for the municipality to collect some money through those organizations. It's really not a good reason to increase them, but this gets charged to everyone that has power and gas.
Cody?
I kind of answered my own question in my head here, but I was wondering why requisitions is under, right under source of funds, because it's an expense. So I just thought it would be, it should go
Because
under operating expense,
It's
but,
not our expense. It's being collected through the government, through us. So it's not really our expense. It shouldn't be under our expenses. It's just,
so it's a source of funds.
yeah, netting out as a source of funds, yeah. Because the 18 million is higher as a result of that, so you can see what our taxes actually are. So, yeah,
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Got it? Go ahead, Colin.
So if we back up to the utilities, and you talked about 50 to water and wastewater each, something that obviously doesn't generate any revenue is stormwater, right? Where do we account for that? I mean, it's an expense, cost to operate, and does that include our settling ponds as well? Because I do see we have some rather large budget items for stormwater.
Yeah. See, the thing with stormwater too is that, I mean, Shelley can come slap me if I'm wrong, but our stormwater ponds are really functional in nature, but we're very tempted to treat them like a park or like a beauty. They're not an aesthetic function, really. And so sometimes these budget items come forward because the town actually thinks that they're there for visual purposes. And so we have to be careful there, the functional versus the aesthetic. But yeah, stormwater can have big expenses every couple years. I don't know, Shelley, can you tell me like how often functionally we would desludge a pond?
We should have like a little microphone.
Well, so in the 15 years I've been with the town, I've seen Northview Pond desludged once, now Murrah and Aspenview. So we do what's called a sludge survey. We send in a boat and they survey the sludge, and that's how we determine when we remove. However, we've found a product that is legal to use in storm ponds. It's almost like an enzyme. And we've noticed that it right now is maintaining the sludge level. However, it's not gaining what we had existing in there. So we've got to get back down to nothing and hope that this product will continue to treat them effectively. Now, for revenues, I know that we've talked about this a couple years ago for stormwater, and I think Spruce Grove or Stony Plain, one of those two, do a rate for stormwater. So my hope is with this Waterworks program that we're building, we can build that out with Storm as well and see what kind of impacts we would have to the public on some rates to fund that part of our our
And that Waterworks program, is that part of the disconnect program?
No, this is like the utility rate program that Elvira was talking about, to have like a live feed on what our utility rates should be based off of our needs, capital and operating.
Okay. You're good, Colin? Okay, Farrell?
Would that also include some kind of sewer?
Yeah, the utility rates would be water, wastewater, storm. And then we could expand that even further and look at roads and landfill and things like that. So we can look at all of it. We're just gonna have to try to build it and play with it for a little bit to see how it works.
For sure, but I just mean more than a matching. Right now, our sewer isn't metered, it's just billed based off of what water intake. But if people have their homes connected to it and other things, they could potentially be dispersing a lot more down the sewer drain, even though they're not supposed to be, than they're actually intaking. And so if there's any talk in the future of metering that type of process.
That'd be a huge capital cost.
Oh, yeah.
I have not looked into that at all. I'll be completely honest.
Yeah.
Most municipalities base it off what water consumption you use and what your wastewater is. And then our Corvus study did talk about flat rates for people that are just on sewer, not water. That would be primarily county residents. But something I can look into, but that would be a huge cost to implement.
We currently spend $155,000 on storm, sewer, and drainage expenses a year. That's normal operating year over year. And then every few years, every 5 years, maybe, we do a desludge of one of our ponds.
Cody?
Hi, non-budget related question. So I'm under the impression we're live right now, is that correct? So if our microphone's not on, is anybody able to hear us?
Nope,
So can anybody hear the podium?
podium's on.
Oh,
They
it's on,
just-
okay, so there's no light.
The
Okay.
light is just different, yeah.
Okay, understood. That's all.
Okay, I do have a question for you, Ms. Terry. I know we talked about might have been last council's budget, about an RV Sani charge at our stations. Have we considered that more?
So we did do cammering. We're just trying to compile that data. It wouldn't be till next year that I'd probably bring a report back to show how much we actually receive, like for trailers, and where we would need to set that rate for cost recovery on a capital expense like that. So we'll compile all of that, and then we'll bring it back to council for discussion about whether or not we want to look at charging and implementing that charge system.
Okay, we did for 1 month though, did we not? Like prior to or after, I think budget, didn't we run it for 1 month around along with the September or something?
We did the whole season this year.
We did the whole season?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
from May long all the way to when we closed the truck dump. So
Oh.
we just need to know how many customers are coming, because it is
Gotcha.
a big capital cost, and whether or not we're going to be able to recover that cost and what those fees would look like, basically.
okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember where I was, and it was more like kind of I think it was in Nordegg, I don't want to say honor system, but it was a box, like a box, and it kind of fell back down, and then someone come and collect it every day, and I was like, that's pretty low cost, right? For $5 Sandy dump that you charge. Just putting it out there.
It is becoming more and more common in municipalities. I think Rocky
Yeah, it has
Mountain House has
a
one.
significant impact on our
Yeah,
water and sewer,
it's
right?
definitely something we're still looking at, and we'll bring a report
Okay,
next year
perfect.
for you guys to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if that's all for the revenue questions, you can move on to expenses. So at the top is our salaries and wages, and it's going up by only 1.64%, but after we're done with this whole thing, we'll go into close and discuss.
More things that may occur to that.
Yeah, just in general, just a discussion about some of the expenses. But right now, as it sits, we only have a 1.64% increase in wages, which is very reasonable considering life, what life has been like out there, inflation and everything. Contracted in general, so this increased by 6%. And so here is where our added expenditures are going, that for the shelter grants. So they're coming in and they're going back out. And we do have some other increases just due to prices going up. So contracted and general services are someone else is setting the rates, right? So everyone out there is doing the same thing we're doing and increasing their rates because of how inflation went over the last few years. Purchases from the federal government almost always our biggest increase, so that's going up by 9.31%. And yeah, from 2.5 to 2.8 approximately. I have 150,000 as a buffer in case their quarter one has an adjustment, just to make sure that we don't get caught with an unexpected overage.
And that's our CP, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sorry, that is our payment to the government for RCMP. Supplies is also going up. This year seems like we were hit by more increases in pricing for like chemical supplies and sand and all this cleaning supplies, everything like that. It seems like this is the year where we're seeing those costs really increase. Some, of course, the tariffs have some role to play there, but also just inflation as well. And so then with repairs, you see a decrease, and this is what happens with repairs. Repairs are often something under management's control. When everything else that's out of manager's control goes up, this is where we make cuts to make budget. So that's why you see repairs. At some point today, I'll show you some trends for the last 10 years to see some of these costs and how they move, but repairs is always one that you will see the first to go down because managers can just defer repairs. That's something we can do. Not always recommended, but when we're in crunch time and we're trying to make budget with a certain percent tax increase, then that's what ends up happening. So a lot of the contracted and general services, the prices are out of our control. Now, we can perhaps do less things and use them less in some areas, but much harder to decrease than repairs, and supplies is the same thing. RCMP, almost entirely out of our control as well. And then the next one is utilities. Again, we've made lots of efficiency upgrades over the years that have helped with that, but really largely out of our control is utilities as well. We don't have a huge increase, almost 4%, which actually has more to do with the extra streetlights that we added on 50th Ring Road a few years ago. I could never have expected those streetlights to add that much of a cost to our utility bills, but those had a huge extra cost they were done in 2024, I believe. 23? Shelley? 24. And so when we were budgeting for 2025, we didn't have a full years of information. And so that ended up meaning that 2025 budget was still under. So even though the project happened almost 2 years ago. Anyway, so so our power rates, the actual usage fees are remaining the same, but the distribution fees are going up by a little bit. And then, of course, some areas we have more usage. Amortization is going to skip. And then one-time operating projects, this is another one where you'll see them decrease when there's lots of budget pressures, because we just don't do those one-time operating projects then if we don't have the money to do that. So last year we had quite a few operating projects that were one-time projects, but outside of a capital in nature. And so that's where they fall on our financials here. And so this year we just have a couple that we're bringing forward as included in the budget. There's some more that council can choose to add on with the extra tax revenue. But the ones included in this balanced budget, there is just a handful there. And then the other things to note really are long-term debt. So this is where I was speaking about when we add a debenture for a capital project in 1 year, then we have to make sure that we know that the next year there's going to be an impact. And so last year, 2025, our debenture for 50th Ave started. And so it's adding a 10% increase in our debenture payments. So that's principal and interest combined. And then transfer to reserves. Yeah, it's going from 752 last year. This is just the budget, so I'm not talking about the 24 year end where we had a surplus. This is just the budgeted 2025 reserves. And so we went from 752 to 921, and I just looked at it's 90,000 to both sewer and water that we're committing this year. Yeah, if you have any questions here, I'll answer them now, and then we will have a break. Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions? No? Okay, then we'll have a 10-minute break or stretch, and then we'll come back and get back into it.
Thank you so much.
at 1 o'clock to our operating budget. I think we just went through operating budget by expense type, and now we are going to move to the Office of the CAO, I believe.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
So we'll move through the operating summaries per department, and we're going to start with the Office of the CAO. So the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer functions includes the following: executive support for mayor and council, strategic services and governmental relations, corporate communications, human resources and safety, and legislative services. And I trust that you guys have had a chance to read the mandate. I'm not going to read it word for word, but I will go over the projects for the year. So we will continue working on updating policies and bylaws, and of course, management and other training, work with council to develop a strategic plan. So that's a very exciting project for next year, and also conduct a service level review to support future planning.
Does anybody have questions around the mandate, those 5 things? Nope.
Okay, so we're moving on to page 17, which is the numbers. So everything we talked about, that's what's covered in this operating budget. So what I have done is anywhere where there's bigger than $50,000 variance up or down, I've made a note. And so with a comment explaining the reason for it. And I'll go into some more details if I feel they're relevant, where even in situations where it's not 50,000, but that's what I've done throughout the budget. So up first is the contracted and general services. And we reduced various contingencies and consulting fees throughout the budget just because of the budget pressures this year, and everyone was tasked with finding some savings throughout the budget, and that's where we ended up shaving some costs off the Office of the CEO budget. And the other difference you can see is in the one-time operating projects. This just means that last year we had several additional projects compared to this year. And for any operating or one-time projects operating in nature that are highlighted in that area, we're going to go over through this budget as well. So you can expect to see an executive summary of that project, the $50,000 project. And then under council, we have the salaries and wages that are expected to increase. And the reason for that is because the first year of a council term, we always have higher wages because more trainings, more conferences, and events are usually attended by council in their first year as they're transitioning into the role. And so I looked at the last 3 or 4 terms to see kind of what to expect, and that's how we budgeted the council wages there for this year. And if we go to the next page, we have the FTE staffing summary, so it's a full-time equivalency. And we don't have anything in the proposed changes rate at this moment. They're all expected to remain similar for the year, for the next 3 years. Not meaning that they can't change, just meaning when I was prepping this, I didn't have any other information to go off of. Department initiative, so this is the one project that is in the summary that I mentioned under one-time operating projects, and this is for a records management program. And the project will create one central single source of truth for documents and records, increasing efficiency, accuracy, searchability, and increasing compliance with legislative records. And that is expected to cost $50,000 in year 1, and I believe the subscription cost ongoing is $12,000 a year. And that's it for the Office of the CAO. So if anyone has questions, there's not a ton of changes, but if anyone has questions, please shoot them this way now.
Go ahead, Farrell.
Thanks. Will the project digitize the old records?
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Yes, this will digitize with certain changes to the acts. We can now not have to maintain, in many cases, the paper record as long as we can reproduce one. So this will also increase storage.
Perfect, thank you.
And then, so can you describe what this will be doing that it's not doing now? So what's the difference if we don't go ahead with this? So currently we're using
Nothing.
nothing.
Currently, we're storing records in multiple locations in hard copy. And the very basic attempts we've got at current digitized records management, there's no standardization across the board. So we can't find old records unless we try multiple different search keys, and so this will standardize everything.
Okay, go ahead, Colin.
Just under council, I had a couple of questions. The contracted and general services, what would that be referring to? And I'm just looking at the jump in 27 to be quite a bit higher than the other years.
So I believe, let me look at the 27 specifically, but in 2025, it included the election. That would not be in 2027. Let me pull up to see what was in 27, but it was
Yeah, is there
higher.
an election in
Yeah, we're not having another election. Not anytime soon. And in general, they include consulting. Right now, we have like an advocacy services. Any
Lobbyist?
Lobbyist.
Oh, okay, good.
We have, I'm just looking at specifically what happened in 2025. Oh, council chambers AV support upgrades in 2027.
Oh, okay, so that's, I guess my question is like that, is that a
What?
council expense or should that be a
Well,
building services expense, right?
Yeah, why would that be under, AV upgrades was under council?
yeah, these right here in the chambers. So right now, the chambers is being categorized under council expenses in general, anything like council supplies.
Wouldn't it be
doesn't have to
facility or
necessarily, but
building?
My recommendation on this one would be to leave it in 2027 under council, so it does not get used by facilities in 2027 for anything else. Because it'll come forward in the 2027 budget deliberations as a project for you. By agreeing to this year's budget does not mean 2026 budget, it does not mean you're agreeing to 2027, but this is placeholding it. We can move it into facilities once it's got its own little sheet that says this money is allocated to this project.
Yeah, no, and fair enough. I just wanted an understanding of what that was. And then just lastly, there was just around the council salaries, wages and benefits. So the increase is 60,000, but then the next year it's another 17, and the next year it's another 12. So from, 05 to 28, it's $84,000 jump. Just curious as to what that is.
yeah, I mean, it's hard because I increased it and then we just increased by inflation is how it works. So I don't really know, but we could reduce them based on prior 4-year trends and reduce it again and then
Well,
for the subsequent years slowly, because that's what happens is that council does a lot more in year 1, a little less in year 2 and 3 and 4. It's just about how to predict it is all. But
right, so council's remuneration goes up with inflation too? I wasn't aware of that.
No.
Is that
not,
what you were saying?
no, not necessarily, but we do have an adjustment every so often. But we haven't had one in a few years now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that I had on from last time was Pat, Mr. Vincent's note was doing a council
Remuneration review.
and then you do hire a third party to come in and compare what councils are making, and then you do talk about inflation, other municipalities, things like that. He's seen us as being significantly underpaid. But also, I think when you look at these numbers, you're still trying to adjust it because of the pandemic. Like, there was so many years back from 2019 that we weren't going to conferences. There was no expenses and budgets, and then when you came in, and then wildfires. So it's just kind of slowly gotten back to normal in the last year, I would say, if that's what you would call normal from 2017, right? 2018? Because we used to, I remember first coming on to council, we used to get a list of conferences, and it was 2 pages long. So depending on what committee you sat on, you might go, if it's sustainability or safety, you might be going to a conference in relation to that, where we hadn't been seeing that up until this last year. Those were starting to come back, conferences and things.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you're right, is that it's been hard to kind of predict how it's going to return. But also as a rule, all expenses I pretty much inflate them all outside of for unique situations, I go in and adjust them not to do that. And so for the most part, for 27 and 28, they will inflate. That does not mean that council's wages will be going up by 2.5%. That is something that has to be, a motion has to be made separate for the remuneration policy. But yes, so that's the really good question. For contracted in general, things that are included, yeah, the lobbyist, all
Council, anything happening in the
legal,
council
anything
chambers?
legal, yeah, chamber support, anything like that would be in the, lots of development or conferences and stuff like that are all under contracted and general services.
Okay, any other questions from the Office of CAO? Okay.
All right, let's move on to corporate services. So corporate services encompasses financial transactions and reporting, budgeting and financial planning, procurement and insurance, information technology and risk management, and reception and customer service. For plans and projects, so we're transitioning to UNA budgeting solution for 2026 for a more efficient budgeting process. We're also still working on, well, professional development is always something we work on every year, but we're working really hard on cross-training and making sure that every role is properly has coverage. We're continuing the work on, this was in our plan from last year, but we are still working on the utility infrastructure replacement plan, email migration to non-Microsoft platform, implement a mobile device management platform to provide remote security on all devices, and update the strategic financial framework as needed, recognizing it is a living document. Okay, so under corporate services, I have the tax revenues as well listed there. So we've already talked about that. So we'll move on to other revenues. That's the decrease of interest revenue as well. And then transfer from operating reserves. So last year we had an operating project that didn't get completed and the money got moved into reserves. And then when we went to budget it for it the next year, we moved that money out of reserves. So we don't have that in 2026. Under expenses, we have most of the increase in wages. It's some grid adjustments, COLA, all those kinds of things, but also it is a relocation of a staff member to the IT department. And so that makes it look like a big increase in salaries and benefits, but there is not that big of an increase. And one-time operating projects, we had the $252,000 ERP upgrades budgeted in 2025, and obviously.
What ERP is?
Yes, it's our financial system. I can't remember even what it stands for. Do you know?
Enterprise resource planning.
There we go.
Sorry, what was that?
Enterprise resource management planning. It's our financial software. So it's not going to be done this year, but we don't have to budget for it again because whatever is not used this year, it's just going to move to next year. And we are, we're very close to launching it now, but the go live date will not be until mid-January. Sorry? Yes, so the old financial software is we're losing support of it as of, well, they told us December 31st, but I'm haggling with them to continue support till the first quarter, and they've agreed to it. And then after that, we're on our own for that. So we were essentially handcuffed into this decision, as are all municipalities around Alberta. So the two main softwares are the other main one that municipalities use is also coming to end of life. So everyone's shopping around for new solutions. So lots of consulting people out there that are making the money. But yes, that's what that is. And for full-time equivalency, we're not expecting any changes for the next couple of years. Potentially in 2028 at some point, having a part-time admin support for the general manager is in the plans, may or may not happen, but we've put it on here just so that council can see potentially what might be happening. And that's it for corporate services. I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Go ahead, Colin.
So, I mean, it looks to me, I think you're shooting for a 3.5% tax increase, is that, and that would be residential, correct?
So right now, I have the residential only is expected to increase by 3.7% from assessments alone, just residential. That overall was only a it was around 2% overall, because the commercial, the non-residential remaining the same pulls down on that average. So what I did is the remaining, to bring it up to 2.5, I averaged it between residential and non-residential, but that's obviously a conversation we can have as we move into that. You can't see those specifics on here anyways, but that's how I did it.
Right, and so just, I guess, for everybody around the table, 1% tax increase, that equates to about 135?
It's closer to 180, 180?
180.
180. I thought we were 120.
Close? Oh, that was a few years ago, when we were at $12 million. Now the gross is 18 million.
18.
But I mean, the net, depending on what that net out is for requisitions, but it's between 120 and 180, yeah. I'll have to do the calculation to know the exact amount now, but yeah.
Okay, and then do we know, from a dollar perspective, what that split would be if it was 1% between non-res and res?
Yes. So right now, the way it sits, this budget package with no changes so far, it would mean $121.54 increase to residential and $427.88 to non-residential or commercial. I've had this specifically. So $10 a month for the average residential and $35 for the average commercial property. And it is with assessment change. So I have a projected requisition increases in here calculated. Oh, I opened the wrong one. But I can tell you what the percent is as well.
3.5.
And I got kicked out. All right.
3.5, didn't you say?
They're not residential would be more than 3.5 because the assessments alone is 3.7. And if the rest was coming from both, if it was just coming from residential, I would suspect it'd be closer to 5. If it's average out between, then the commercial or the residential might be around 4.5 and the non-residential 1%, if I remember correctly, but I'm just trying to get back into my system here so I can give you slightly more accurate numbers. Budget. Taxes. I apologize. Okay, I was mistaken. So right now, the way I have it would be the assessment increase would be 3.7 for residential, tax increase 4.16% for residential in total. That includes the requisition changes. Of course, we can't 100% predict that. We don't know 100%,
Yeah.
right? And so that, and then for the average commercial, it's a 0% on the assessments and a 2.35 in total.
With assessment.
No assessment increases for non-residential. Non-residential are expected to remain flat for their assessments. It would just be rate increases, if at all. And we can talk about how you want to split that rate. If you want to do evenly across, if you want to do it just on residential, just on non-residential, anything like that's entirely up to council to decide. But I just did it the same for both. And so just the mill rate portion, the mill rates alone, it would be an increase of 1.65%. But because of the requisitions, that's why their total amount still goes up by more than that.
Okay, so you're
And
including,
of course, assessments, but also
you're including both the
requisitions.
school and the seniors?
Yes.
And what are you calculating that at? The 2 point,
based on the same rates, but an increased equalized assessment.
okay,
Yes. So the equalized assessments, we get an updated amount, like it's like almost a year behind. So the most recent equalized assessment information we have shows us obviously increasing as the assessments have increased over the past few years. And so that's the amount, the information I use to calculate this.
okay. Did you have another question, Colin? Does anybody else have questions? So I guess when it comes to or to commercial, the 427 is based on just the rate? Is that what you said? So that's not a percentage, so we're looking at 121.54 increase for residential and 427 for non. But that was a 0% tax increase, so that number was based on,
No,
They're
it's based on a 1.65% tax increase, just to bring our net revenue increase for the town of Drayton Valley to 2.5%.
okay. Then what did you say about the zero for
The
commercial?
assessments is zero.
Oh.
The assessments are staying even.
Okay.
Is the prediction. Of course, we don't know that for sure, but that was what our assessor was predicting, is that the non-residential was staying flat. So we would not see growth in that area.
Okay.
I don't want the council to think this is this last of this specific
Yes.
conversation. We'll have lots more once
We'll talk
we've
about
talked
this
all
about 10 more
projects.
times.
Yeah. And I'll bring up what ifs and scenarios and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So, but it's good to start the conversation now, for sure.
Yeah, Ryan?
So the 121.34, what's that based on? That's just the average home?
Yeah, so what I did is it won't be quite as high because we base the average on how many homes there is, and I don't know how many new homes we have necessarily, so I base it on the same amount of homes as last year, but a 3.7% increase in assessments.
Okay.
And so, which would mean the average residential assessment would go from 283 to 294
Okay.
and change, of course. And so it's based on that 3.7% in assessment increase. And then in order to make sure that our net revenue is up to 2.5%, I added a mill rate increase, a tax rate increase of 1.65%.
Okay.
Let me just make sure that I have the right digits. 1.654.
And with the full-time equivalent staffing summary, we're at 11. Last year, we were at 9, but there was only a position in here for financial clerk. So how did we go from the 9 to the 11? When I look at GM officer, the 1.5, that would be for the financial or finance clerk last year, but then IT went from 2 to 3.5.
Oh, that's for projected into, we've talked about potentially in the next 3 years sometime, getting admin support for IT and finance to share. But it may or may not happen.
Okay, so that's
From 25, it's not
Projected.
changing. For 25, 26, 27, it's projected to remain flat at 10.
okay, so the 10 is just the increase that we've seen from last year and that would have been the finance clerk. And then, okay, yeah, and then so the proposed, sorry.
Yes, and we had one person move from a different department into IT.
Okay,
We just reassigned who he
Yeah,
reports to.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's all it is. That's why I added him into 25, because it's not an increase in FTEs.
Okay.
That's why in 25, it changed from what the budget would be.
Yeah.
Because it's an org change, not an added full-time equivalency to the budget.
okay. Any other questions? No.
Awesome, we'll move on to protective services. So this department includes fire, enforcement services, RCMP previously, and emergency management. And some of the plans include an updated traffic safety bylaws, new policing committee bylaw, and the committee itself, organizational-wide role-specific emergency management training. So we've done a lot of emergency management training as in groups where we talk about the general structure and we run through scenarios and all that kind of stuff. And now we're moving into, we have our whole org chart picked with people. So we have like who the incident commanders would be, who the ECC directors would be, communication, safety, all those positions. Now we're moving into the next stage where those people can do specific training to their section, which we haven't done a lot of up to this point. But because of our training in general, we're now ready to move into that phase. Emergency management functional exercise and a emergency social services tabletop exercise. So the reception center is a lot more likely to happen for us than any other emergency, just because if anything happened in the county or surrounding counties, then potentially we would be hosting the reception center for those. And so it's important to be trained up in that area. And we're getting to the operational summary. So we don't have a ton of changes in the revenue section, but we do have the one big change in the expenses, and that is the purchases from the federal government. It's our RCMP contract. It's only, as a percent, it's to them, it's not huge, but to us, to float another $240,000, that's a lot, right? When you think of tax, that's between 1% and 2% tax revenue or tax rate. And so if you think of your 2.5%, almost all of that's going to RCMP, if you want to look at it that way, or to our new debenture from last year, for example. And so it is a lot of money for a municipality like us, for sure. For the full-time equivalency, not really anything happening. We do have the proposed in 2027 because the RCMP has been asking for another admin. We did give them an extra last year, approved an extra, but they were asking for 2. And so at the time, we said we'd consider one that year and then one in a future year. And so we have that in there for now. And we'll have to come back and talk about it at a later date if that's a need. But this year, we didn't entertain it because of all the needs and new council, and we haven't done strategic planning and all that kind of stuff. So that's why it's in there. And then also, Fire has been hoping for another, a maintenance person to make sure that our fire trucks and everything has the longest lifespan possible. So that's in there proposed for 2027 as well. And that's everything for protective. So Tom's here to answer questions if council has any.
Go ahead, Colin.
I guess just to give this council some context with the RCMP, I think when I started, it was 1.8 million. And we're projecting by 28 to have almost 3 million. That equates to a 5.5–6% tax increase just for policing, right? So there's been an immense amount of pressure from that perspective that we have zero control over, other than saying we don't want police, right? Which we don't want. So, those are just realities of that particular line item.
And then with that, in the proposed budget and proposed, expenses for that, like for RCMP, is that based on the 5-year multi-financial from the RCMP? For like expenses? And I guess the reason I'm asking is because a lot of times it's proposed in their budget, but we
Yeah,
don't actually
no.
see like a lot of that gear and all that come to fruition. I know we've seen some
Yeah.
decreases the previous years outside of that retroactive.
No, I haven't. I did not for that reason. It's
Okay.
sometimes they project a lot of big things and then they don't happen. So I just did inflation
Okay, that's
Yeah.
it, okay.
for now.
Okay.
If I had more accurate, if I felt like it was accurate enough, then I would have that in there instead of inflation.
Because there's new guns or ballistics or,
Oh, there's always something.
there was something that was coming out this next year
Tasers?
that was tasers and guns. Yeah, was going to be the big jump that I think that we would see, right? Ryan, did you have a question?
Yeah, so just on the cost share, that's, I'm assuming, cost share with the county?
Yes, that's the cost share for the fire department.
So we're projecting 45K less than 25, but then it goes up 27, 28 again?
Yeah, so there's some cost savings in 2026 that reduced the cost share. It's based on, so like our recreation facilities, the cost share is based on the prior year actuals. So it doesn't have that impact on the increases in the year we're in. But for fire, we always adjust for and bill them for the year that it's happening. So because we have some cost savings in '26, we also have a reduced cost share revenue as well.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pat.
Sorry, for revenue, government transfers, that's federal government or provincial?
Yeah, that one's provincial, so we get a grant called it changed names a few years ago now, I can't remember. It's the Policing Support Grant, I think it's called, PSG. And we get it every single year, we've always gotten it, which is essentially all of that. 358,000, yeah.
And just another question about the increased RCMP cost that's not, I'll state it positively, is that based on increased staff?
No.
No, okay.
No, it is not. So that is the one area that we do have control over. If we want an extra member, then we have to ask for an extra member and agree to pay for that extra member, or 70% of it anyways.
And then user fees and sales of goods, what would be all in there? Do that Travis or what?
Yes, all fines. The government pays us for traffic accidents, all the fines through the enforcement services and fines and tickets. And that's pretty much it. And the share we get so we get enforcement, and then we also get a share of the tickets that the RCMP give in our area. So that's what all that is. I don't know if did I say that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That would also, sorry if I can interrupt, that
Yeah.
would also be for if the sheriffs come into our area and they write a ticket, the municipality would get a portion of that revenue. It's a small portion, but it's still a portion, so.
I'll just go to Farrell first and then Colin.
Just to clarify on that admin position, so you granted a new admin position in 2025, and then there's
Correct.
nothing in the 2026, you're saying, but for potentially after that? Or it is in this 2026?
No, the proposed is potentially for 2027 to do another one.
Okay.
So 25 included, so under municipal, they had 3, and now they have 4,
Yeah.
and they would like another one, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Colin?
Yeah, and just back to the user fees and sales of goods, is that also when we send support to other municipalities during, say, fire season and stuff like that? That falls into there
Yes.
as well? Okay.
Yeah, that'd be included in it as well.
Could you repeat that again?
So if there's a fire in another municipality and we're loaning some of our folks and their equipment, we would charge them for it and they would pay us back.
So that's an agreement that we have, right?
Correct.
And that was fairly new. I think we started that last year. Was that
It's
the
been
one?
a couple of years
Or
now.
the regional one that we,
Oh, yeah, the regional one was just signed last year.
Yeah.
But we've done this a couple of times previous to that, so the provincial government's still trying to figure all of these things out too as well. So as new agreements come up, we get them signed, but yeah.
so currently we just, when someone's in need of staff or equipment, we are, how many municipalities were signed on with that? Or maybe if you just want to explain it a little bit to the new council?
Gee, I don't have that off the top of my
Okay,
head.
yeah, that's okay.
But yeah, generally it was the northern region, north central region, which is kind of where we're located. The majority of the municipalities all got together to sign an agreement saying that if there's an emergency in one of the municipalities, that the other municipalities would support that. So it was basically a framework on how that would all work, how the other municipalities would get paid, what the expectations were in terms of costs, all of that kind of stuff. So that was all laid out in that agreement. I mean, we found it extremely important when we were going through our emergency, because our emergency went on for months, and the full-time staff and the paid on-call staff and couldn't manage it for that length of period of time. So we needed that extra help. So
And then we bill or send an invoice to,
correct, yeah. Then we invoice the municipality.
And just something to add too is that the the revenue made from that. So anything beyond paying for staff and stuff is going into a reserve to replace fire equipment going forward. So it's not, you won't see really anything budgeted in here. First of all, we don't know how many deployments will go on, if any, and because it's going to go straight into reserve any of the actual profit that we make, just to make sure that we're
Right, 'cause
planning
we-
for the future. And there's wear and tear on the equipment, of course, when we do that, right?
And then also for the Travis fees, those also go into a safety, is it a reserve? Do you want to
Yes.
talk about that a little bit too?
So Travis, sorry, can you explain what Travis is?
Sure. So commercial vehicles, so for example, overweight vehicles or wide loads, they have to, when they come through our municipality, they apply for a permit to be able to take that piece of equipment through. And as a result, the funds that are generated from the payment of those permits goes into we call it the Travis Fund, and the Travis funds are the funds that are used by the Community Safety Committee to purchase traffic safety things or other safety-related things in our community. So an example would be if we wanted to have flashing lights at a particular crosswalk, that might be an area where we might want to use those funds. The recommendations are built in the committee, the safety committee, and then they're brought forward to council, and then council can approve them or change them or however that's done.
Perfect, thanks, Tom.
And there's $45,000 budgeted to come in, and those are budgeted right straight into reserves.
Any other questions, protective services?
Awesome, thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
And then we move on to infrastructure. Infrastructure encompasses public works, infrastructure and assets, utilities, and waste management. And some of the projects planned for the upcoming year are approximately 400 meters of trail upgrades along 43rd Street using prior grant funding. So a few years ago, we got a grant through ATF. And
ATF is?
Alberta Transportation Fund. Active transportation. Thanks, Shelley.
Shelley's going to go to the podium.
Yeah, she needs to come up anyways to answer questions. But, so that's really great. We've really stretched that money a long ways, and we've done a lot of trail upgrades with that money. And they've been really good to let us rescope. When we see that there's going to be leftover money, they let us come and say, hey, like, can we use it for this extra stretch of trails? So it's been really great. Repair and replace high-priority sidewalks, expand the weed control program, improve trail and pathway sanding with the new ATV sanding unit, maintain regular sanitary and storm system flushing schedules, assess and replace ditches and culverts as needed. We've seen a lot of storm-related things come up in the last few years, so they're going to work on that. Replace aging park furnishings, install 10 additional valves in the water distribution system, complete the detailed design for the distribution connection project, reline 10 manholes, pursue CHIF, oh my, and Alberta Water and Wastewater is AMWIP. I don't know what the M stands for, but that's what it is. Municipal, yeah.
Municipal.
Funding for wastewater system upgrades. Yeah, we've used these for so long, we don't even know what they stand for anymore.
I got asked in the meeting actually with municipal affairs or the deputy, and I was like, same thing, I've been using it for so long, it completely went, what does that
Yeah,
stand for?
I know it's water, wastewater, that's the most important.
Yeah.
Community housing and Alberta water and wastewater. And funding to support the Murrah Pond expansion and advance the project, increase staff training and allow for more in-house repair work. It's a lot happening, it's a big department. And for the budget, we have utilities revenues increasing, and we've talked about that. The rates are increasing per our Corvus study, and then everything else is staying very similar in the revenue section, but also this section, the two big revenue sections is the landfill and utilities, and then public works doesn't really have any revenue, very, very minor anyways. For expenses, we have salaries and wages, so we have an increase in, well, we have some in-scope and out-of-scope grade adjustments as discussed, and we also have one new full-time equivalency in that as well, along with the other changes, and we're going to talk a bit more about that in the following sections. And then we have contracted and general services going up as well, and we found out this year that the trucking rates is going up by 26%, so that's all the trucking for snow removal.
26%.
Yeah.
Windrose, here we go.
Yeah, Colin's missing it.
Colin's not here for this, so I'll have to repeat that.
better tell him that.
Yeah. So that's the trucks that haul our snow away.
And that's based on, Shelley, what is the name of the,
Alberta road rates?
thank you, yes, Alberta road rates.
Yeah.
So not set by anything other than an organization across the board. Oh, there you go, repeat it now.
So our contracted, contracted and general services is going up by 90,000. That's across infrastructure, but most of this is the Alberta road builder rates are increasing by 26%. And so that's
that
it's
Snow
almost
removal trucking
entirely
costs.
our snow hauling, yeah. We didn't, yeah. And then because of those increases and Shelley trying to do what she could do with her team, you see repairs decreasing. And so that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, is that we try to do more in-house repairs or maybe deferred repairs because we wanted to make budget work in a way that was, you know, something palatable that council could actually work with. And so that was one of the huge efforts made by Shelley to bring this budget forward, is making some sacrifices in other areas. And utilities, so we do have a slight increase in the distribution costs for utilities, but also like I said before as well, it was the streetlights, which is in this section of the budget, is that it just was more than we had expected. We didn't have a full year to work off of when we did the 2025 budget, because it was partway through 2024. And so now we know kind of what it's going to cost us for the entire year, so that is increasing as well. For the one-time projects, we'll get to it as well. So we have three different projects, or two different projects this year. And lastly, our long-term debt servicing. And so that's our extra debenture this year for the 50th Ave project, which is increasing our total cash needs or tax needs to by 188,000. Any questions before we move on to the FTEs?
Any questions? Colin?
Just about utilities, I know there's some mention of the Corvus report here. You know, when we look at, you know, about $250,000 increase, and then again, more increases as we kind of move forward. So when that Corvus report was done, was it 21?
2021.
2021? Like, so since 2021, there's a lot that's changed, right? So I guess how applicable is that Corvus report? It's not. That's kind of what I expected. So I think we had talked about previously doing another report.
So in lieu of a Corvus study this year, we're working on that online platform where we're going to have live information to tell us those rates and stuff like that, rather than relying on an out-of-date study that's done 4 years ago. So
So, sorry. could
that
you
was just, sorry?
Repeat that again, sorry?
So we're changing to an online platform. There's a company out of Vancouver, I think, that services tons of municipalities now. They're fairly new, but growing across both Canada and the US. And what they do is they help us, we pay for a subscription, that's a couple $1,000s a year, I think. And then they help us set it up the first time. And then going forward, we just manage it and we enter any changes that we see. So if we know the lifespan of some specific asset is longer or shorter than we expected, we can change it. Or if we know some capital projects coming up, we can put it in. We can say, oh, we have this much reserves and our debt limits, everything. We input it all into the system and it will tell us what our rates should be and what our reserve transfers should be. And potentially tell us like what year we could do a replacement. And so that way, we're working with live information as we go, instead of in the situation where some of the projects that Corvus study had is either we're not doing, and then there's other projects we're gonna do that aren't in there. So that's what we're transitioning to, and should have up and running for rates for next budget.
Right, and so the Corvus studies are generally $40,000 or $50,000, I believe, right? So my question is so you just pay let's say $2,000 or $3,000 a year, and that seems like a
You
no-brainer,
can
right?
manipulate everything, not just capital expenses, it's operational expenses as well, to kind of see where you should be trending. We'll be able to show you guys if we say the rates are here, this is what it's gonna look like in the future for reserves and all that stuff. Or if that's just not doable, you guys don't feel comfortable making those adjustments, we can adjust those percentages and increases to suit your guys' needs, so you can see kind of how it's gonna work in the future.
Okay.
And sorry, one more thing about that, it's what we're hoping is that we have a more control over, right now, it's flat across, everyone pays the same. And so potentially, depending on your location to our water treatment plant or whatever, it can say that it's costing us more to service this area versus this area. So may or may not be relevant right now, but something to remember in the future.
I like it. Now, my next question is snow removal. The trucking costs, and like, do we have to follow that schedule of the road builders? Or is that just kind of the standard across?
It is the standard across. The issue that we have found if we don't follow it is we don't get any participation in trucking. So we struggle in getting people the buy-in to actually come and help us do this snow removal. And the second spring hits, they're gone. They're gonna work in the oil field, wherever they're gonna make more money, where the road builder rates are set accurately. So we were charging 130, that's now since increased to 152 per hour.
Right. I guess my question kind of, so road builders, generally, let's say you're building a brand new road and you have your truck out there and you're hauling on these crappy roads, and it's hard on your equipment. Now, generally speaking, you're on paved roads here. Easy to manage your stuff. It's low speeds. It's not high distances, that sort of stuff. So does that at all factor into kind of the road builders' fees?
Not generally, no, unfortunately. And they are, of course, looking at those rates and saying, but I can make this elsewhere. Why would I come and help you? So it does become a challenge for us to get people to help us with that at a lower rate.
Farrell?
Thanks. About how many hours do you budget in for snow removal hauling then?
That is a great question. I know I have it on my desk. I don't have it in front of me, but I can get you that tomorrow. And
Yeah,
I just want to give you an accurate number.
Exactly, and just a ballpark more so, and then I'd be curious what you did take out of maintenance. For me, I am a huge proponent of, if you don't fix it now, you'll have to fix a lot more later, and so I want to know what was
in the snow removal side
taken
of things,
out.
or all over. Okay, I'll get you that list too tomorrow as well.
Sure, thank you, perfect.
So you're saying, yeah, the decrease in the proposed budget for maintenance?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know what's not
in there?
in there, for sure.
Okay. We did talk about in the Q3 report, manhole linings and valves and all that, that's still all scheduled to be in here as part of the programs.
Correct, yeah, we've got for next year. However, the manhole lining company did get back to us. They won't be starting until the 29th of December, so that project will be rolling into 2026, unfortunately.
Okay, but the valve replacements
They're
still?
still working on them right now.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions? Go ahead, Brandon.
So do you know what the number of trucks you need for trucking every snowfall is?
Around 13?
13 trucks, okay.
How many does the town of Drayton Valley have itself?
One.
And then
We
what
we have
about,
3, don't get me wrong, we do have 3, but 2 are equipped with sanders.
oh, 2 are equipped with sanders? Okay. And then do we have companies that, I guess we can rely on year after year, that come regularly as I'm kind of trying to think of how to ask the question. Going off of Colin's question,
We do have our usuals.
We do have-
But they are constantly talking about that rate, so.
oh, they are too. So what is that rate set at some of our more secured contractors then?
So the rate for haulers was 130, it's now 152. And then our contracted services, the rates are right around those road builder rates as well. So they'll still hit us with that 152 for the regular tandem dump.
Okay. And then how much of our budget, I know we talked about other municipalities don't release a lot of projects and proposals and dollars amounts. How much have we excluded from our budget to ensure that we're getting fair bids and fair, trying to save money across the board when it comes to projects and what we're putting out? Yeah. Out of the public. Yeah.
This is, but it'll come on December, there's nothing that's overly major other than the 43rd, which has been properly discussed over and over in public anyway, so.
Okay. And
Yeah, for
Why I
like
make the
snow
comment-
removal contracts, it's a little bit different. You're looking at rates per hour of equipment, not a total amount of money.
project, yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's based off rates.
And why I make the comment is, there's been a few other municipalities when they're going through budget deliberations, now when they're talking about projects, they actually won't break down the cost of the project and put it out there to the public, because what they're finding now is that when the companies were going in bidding, the project ended up being a lot of the times over what that proposal was, or seemed to be always over. And once they stopped doing that, they seen a significant reduction in the proposals that were coming for big capital projects, and they've saved millions of dollars, municipalities, by not putting that out there. So, yeah, because for some reason, even though it's taxpayers' dollars, companies think that it's government, right? And, yeah, they charge different rates. Farrell, did you have a question? No? Anyone else? Pat? I'll go to Pat and then Colin.
Question about contracted and general services. So I picked up that it includes snow removal, but that amount of 2.7 million must be others, items?
Yeah, so it includes waste management, the management of it, waste pickup, so the Integrity Waste Solutions that picks up our recycling and our
Okay.
garbage. It includes, I'm just going through the items, so snow, we talked about snow. It includes some roads, streets and sidewalks projects as well. And that's pretty much it for infrastructure. That also includes our water treatment plant has a really expensive maintenance plan that you can speak more towards, but that is a big amount in there as well.
Yeah, we've got the water, wastewater treatment, we've got roads, sidewalks, boulevards, easements, cemeteries, parks, snow removal, and to be fair, the biggest thing I did cut was snow removal, out of what we could cut out of R&M and professional and general services. So that kind of answers your question, is my cut was in there. I did do a small cut and deferred in the water treatment plant for verifications on our flow meters, which we do yearly. But I didn't cut up some of the more critical things that we could go 1 year without, but it's not sustainable. Of course, we're gonna have to bring that back. What else do we got? We've got,
Yeah, you
Yeah,
cut
the
small
landfill.
amounts, yeah. So the biggest for contracting in general, the expense type, it's the waste, or GFL that manages our landfill, or operates our landfill, I should say, not manage, operates our landfill. Integrity that does our waste pickup and recycling pickup, and then our snow haulers. Those are the biggest contracting and general fees that are in this budget line.
Okay.
Yeah. And outside of the trucking rates, there was not huge increases anywhere else. Surprisingly, actually, in Shelley's department.
Still have a question, Farrell? Okay. I thought I went, okay, so Pat, I'll go Colin and then Farrell.
So I guess maybe some context too is when we do a complete clear, snow clear of the town, what's the bill on that typically
Approximately 140,000,
for one clear of the entire
one
town?
full town cleaner,
So how much?
140,000
So
approximately.
that was 90,000, how many ever years ago that I did that post?
Yeah, and, yeah,
Wow.
and that takes, was it 4 or 5 days?
Yeah, approximately 5 days, yeah.
Right, so, okay.
Wow, I can't believe it went up from 90,000, I was still using the 90,000 number. And it's now 140 to do a full town clearing.
Now, let's be fair, it's 90,000 contracted services, but this is encompassing everything, including our staff wages, everything. Since we've put the asset management program up, we've been able to track those.
Is that sidewalks, trails, roads?
Everything, yeah.
Everything, that's everything, okay. So 90,000 contract, okay. Farrell?
Yeah, is our waste collection contract up?
Next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. For our full-time equivalency, there is right now in 25 to 26, I did not increase it, and the reason for that, and we do have an additional FTE, and the reason why it didn't is because we have a term person in that place, and so we currently have someone in that place, and so it ended up being calculated into 2025. But there is an added person or FTE in this budget that we're asking council to approve. And again, just to be clear, we noticed, I'll just read this summary here, it's really good. So in 2024, Public Works transitioned to a single manager structure intended to streamline coordination between Public Works and Parks. So we had a manager of both. We had a manager of Parks and a manager of Public Works previously, and we changed it to a single manager structure. It has since become clear that the department's size, workload, and safety responsibilities exceed the capacity of one manager, creating risk of burnout and insufficient supervision. To address this, the management appointed an assistant public works manager for a 6-month term, which has improved operational continuity, supported project completion, enhanced workflow tracking. With up to 31 seasonal direct reports and extensive field-based work, the department faces elevated safety and oversight risk without adequate managerial capacity. Continuing the assistant public works manager position is necessary to prevent further overtime escalation, reduce turnover risk, and maintain safe, efficient operations. So Shelley sat down, but she can attest to how much this has changed things over the last 6 months, having this position in place. And so that is currently in this budget, included in this budget. 2 other projects that are included in the budget are Lions West Park Sports, wow, I'm merging words. Lions West Park Sports Field Maintenance. So in early spring 2025, Public Works received requests from local recreation groups for enhanced turf maintenance at Lions West Park that were not included in the operating budget. These requests included increased seasonal treatments such as top dressing, overseeding, fertilizing, and weed control. The groups also identified several pieces of specialized equipment needed to deliver the desired service level, which Public Works does not currently have. Staff recognized that these enhancements would significantly improve field quality, but they were not included in the operating plan. To efficiently manage turf and weed control across large field areas, staff also note the need for an upgraded sprayer as the current unit is undersized for the workload. So essentially, this is a increased service level request, is what this is. And so when we say it wasn't in the previous operating plan, it's coming to council to be approved because it does increase service levels. And we have a full breakdown of the project, not just the executive summary, coming up later, so we can talk about more specifics, or you can ask Shelley questions now if you wish. I'll just do the last project and then we can have questions. The tree operating project, so staff recognize the important role trees play in the town's green infrastructure and recommend undertaking a town-wide tree inventory and assessment to inform long-term management and maintenance practices. This assessment would provide detailed species data, condition ratings, and geospatial information across approximately 11 kilometers of treed boulevards, 17 acres of parks and with trees, 63 acres of trees and natural green space, and 500 acres of town-owned land, each presenting distinct management needs and risks. Additionally, this project would include training that would enhance in-house capabilities in chainsaw safety, technical tree felling, and hazard tree removal, improving response times and overall operational effectiveness. So I will take any questions on the full-time equivalent staffing summary or the 3 projects that we're proposing.
Brian?
So just to confirm, the Lions West Park Sports Fields, that is the lands around the Ricochet Aquatic Park, the baseball diamonds, rugby pitch, not including rodeo grounds?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And are we currently doing that right now?
No, all we did last year was weed spray. One of the diamonds was all weeds. There was absolutely no grass actually growing in there. So now we need to do some additional work.
Farrell?
Maybe at a future meeting, we could have a chat about what we own down there, what we operate and why. Yeah, thanks.
Ryan?
I just got kind of just what Farrell said too, but so who maintained those previously? Or did we just kind of mow them and that was it?
Yeah, and drag the diamonds, yeah, that's about it.
Any other questions? So with the tree operating project, how would this project be different than, I guess, some of the duties of our staff already as part of their scope or job descriptions? How would this be identifying, like when we talk about chainsaw safety and tree felling and removal and things like that?
So our staff don't currently do anything bigger than the size of the tree. That is all they're trained to do. Anything outside of that is an arborist that we call in. So our goal is to train in-house to help with that. But this program doesn't only just do that. It's telling us the trees that are coming to end of life that should be removed, some that are diseased, all of those things. That is what this program is doing. And we actually got a quote from somebody, and most places would be a lot higher in price, so we were pleasantly surprised at the price of this to do the entire town.
And this will all become part of our asset management?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Moving on to community and recreation. So the community and recreation department includes community services and social development, family and community support services, recreation, and facilities maintenance.
Oh, maybe just stop, Elvira, 1 second. Before we move on, does anyone need a break? Sorry, I was going to call it right before we do. Okay, maybe before we jump into this, we'll just do a quick 7-minute break, if that's okay. I wasn't paying attention. We'll reconvene our meeting back at 2:24. We are in Community and Recreation Services. Sorry.
Awesome. Thank you. So Community and Recreation Services Department includes Community Services and Social Development, Family and Community Support Services, or better known as FCSS, Recreation and Facility Maintenance. And there's a lot of projects and plans coming up, so I'll just briefly go over the highlights. So ECDC, they're going to continue working with MUTART and ALC. I don't know what ALC stands for.
Alberta Liquor Control?
Alberta Leaders Caucus.
Who said liquor, you? Oh, my God. And delivering information about the Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreements, adding music lessons, attending forestry learning out at EPBR each month, and support staff that are doing their level 3 certification. So if the early learning, it's guided by their level of certification. So depending on what level of certification they have, they can take more or less kids in the classroom and all that. So it's always good when Alberta Leaders Caucus, Bernice messaged me, she's listening.
Sorry, Bernice, I was
yeah,
thought
sorry,
she said
Bernice.
AGL.
So anyway, so it's always exciting when people get their, upgrade their certification, because it means that there's more efficiencies in the center. For the Aquatic Center, we're optimizing staff development to create a positive and growth mindset to increase safety and customer service. Enhancing vendor space development, which is very exciting. Continue planning and developing the JLC program, including the annual meet, and it's going over very well in the community. And under maintenance, we're installing alarm and handicap door buttons at Public Works, rebuild the roof at the reservoir building. We're hoping to get accomplished next year. That's a capital request that's coming forward. Overhaul of some of the splash park components, a new makeup air unit for curling lounge, sprinkler system in the Mackenzie Conference Center, and painting lines at the basketball court. That's a legal size basketball court outside of the TAC and MCC. So there's user groups that have said they'd use it regularly if the lines were painted. So the small thing to do to get it a lot more use out of it. Community services, resource navigation delivered by staff, including the community outreach worker, continue Indigenous relationship building, operating the municipal affordable housing and supporting Brazeau Foundation project delivery, because the Brazeau Foundation, under their mandate, is seniors housing, but affordable housing as well. And so they run the rebate program through the province, and they also have a few affordable housing units as well that they own and manage. Supporting unhoused and vulnerable community members by providing safe spaces in collaboration with nonprofit partners, and work with the province and community to address gaps in services such as supportive housing and the prevention of family violence and transportation for people with mental health problems. FCSS, so provide grants to organization initiatives that enhance social well-being, strengthen FCSS supports for older adults and seniors through improved service accessibility, barrier reduction strategies, and an increased offering of workshops and programs that promote aging in place. Provide leadership and coordination for the Drayton Valley Interagency Group, fostering effective communication, strong interagency relationships, and collaborative community-based initiatives, and work to foster empathy and compassion within the community by creating opportunities for social connection and learning. And under TAC and MCC, we're aiming to finalize a grant funding for upgrades, install railings in both arenas, ensuring safety and inclusivity to everyone attending events and needing support using the arena stairs. This is also an item that's being proposed under the capital budget, so it'll be contingent on approval. And if the grant is approved, planning for building upgrades, which will begin potentially at the end of 2026, but likely 2027. So we do have a meeting Monday, I believe, a final meeting with GMF, the Green Municipal Fund, through the federal government, or the FCM. Federation of Canadian, yeah. So we'll see exactly what the breakdown looks like. It's likely going to be a grant loan type of funding. We've had a few of those before through FCM, and they really like funding through that. They get a little bit of interest revenue, so.
So could you tell us a little more about a grant loan funding?
Yeah, so most of our grants that we get through almost any other stream of funding does not propose this type of funding, but FCM, the Federation of Community Municipalities, they do lots of their structuring that way. So they will say, we'll give you a 20% grant and the rest will lend you for an interest rate, typically not the lowest interest rate we can get. So you can see how this benefits both us and them. The only thing with those kinds of arrangements is that we have to be diligent on our end to make sure that the grant we're getting actually outweighs the interest rates that we may be paying on the loan if we weren't going to be borrowing on that project. But we do, seems very positive so far, and it would be really, really amazing if we could get grant funding for that project. It's the big capital replacement that needs to be happening, to happen very soon. Awesome, let's move on to the money. So up front, we have the government transfer. So this is the increase that mostly for the shelter funding, that has increased. So when we began getting this grant, it was for the operation of the pods and the warming center. And then as time went on, we said, hey, could we get more and add some more things to it? And so one of those things was the security services. So now we have security there, and it has, I don't know how much it's reduced the issues by, but significantly. So the first few years of the pods, there's just always something happening there. And we're serving the most vulnerable population in town, so it's not entirely unexpected, but that has really helped. And then also we added our resource, sorry, I'm trying to think of what Vanessa's title is, but community outreach worker, that's the title I was looking for. So that's also grant funded, but through a different stream. So that's, but her whole wage is in and out, it's entirely being funded by a grant. And so that's been great. So that increases what we're bringing in. And then of course, under contracted and general services, also what we're paying out or transfers to local boards, one of those two lines, depending on if it's a grant or any sort of contract. And cost share. So the recreation facilities, both the pool and the TAC are increased. The deficit is increasing a little bit. So those increases in the deficit is also increasing what we're receiving for cost share, because it is 50% shared with Brazeau County. And user fees, we have increases across the pool and TAC. So for the TAC, we try to, it's not rolling off my tongue yet. We try to increase it just a little bit over every single year to make sure that we're comparable to other municipalities and to make sure that the increases are marginal over time or every single year. We had paused it for several years, and for good reason. It was, COVID and all the things that happened around it. So there had many, many years that we hadn't increased it. So a few years ago, we had to do quite a significant increase, and we're trying to prevent that. So instead, just increasing little every year, but still making sure that we are doing our research to see, what other similar facilities are charging. And the pool, we set new rates when the new pool was built, and trying to see what that perfect balance was of the right amount, but not too much. And so we set those rates, and it felt a lot, I think, at the time, because of the increase from the old pool, and it's a big new facility, shiny, lots more staff and all that kind of stuff. And so for that reason, we did leave those fees alone for a few years just to see how the demand was gonna go. And we're starting to see it decreased a little bit now, but we also feel kind of with where things are at, we can increase that with inflation. So this year is our first year that the new pool isn't seeing an increase in rates. And the same for rental revenue. User fees and rental, depending on what type of arrangement organizations have at the TAC, it can be called a user fee or it can be ice rental. And then for expenses, so this is where you see that we have a big increase in wages, and the reason for that is accurately trying to predict the lifeguard wages has been challenging. And we've also that's not the right word, adjusted opening hours. Almost every year we have some adjustment to opening hours. And for those who don't know, the pool, with staff is the biggest cost. So if we're open, it immediately costs us money for staffing, right? That's pretty easy to understand, but sometimes we don't think about that. But so if we are open an extra hour or 2 hours a day, that has a huge increase in wages. And then the other thing is that since the beginning of time, I have no idea why this decision was made, when it was made, but the pool was closed for lots of holidays. And the TAC was not. And so we've had residents complain or give feedback that they would like to see the pool open on holidays. And so that had quite a significant impact to our wage as well, expecting that we're going to make that facility be open on holidays next year. Not every single holiday, there will be a few that were closed, like Christmas. Maybe that's the only one, I'm not sure. But, so that's the other reason. Yeah. So that's the reason that this specific line, and then also we have, there's a lot of casual and part-time workers in this department, and it's always hard to accurately predict benefits and benefit costs and stuff like that. It's not increasing because of it, but sometimes it's under budget because we use an average across the organization for benefits, but when somebody's casual, they do not get full benefits. And so then there's some savings there, but that's what is increasing the wages here in this department. Contracted in general, so this is where you have the increase in shelter funding grants. So we have that resource navigator as well as security that's being paid for, that I believe is the first year we're actually budgeting for it. And we have costs, so our supplies, sorry. We have seen, this year is the first year where we have seen significant increases in prices for supplies. I don't know the exact reason why. Lots of other things were going up, like construction supplies, goods and services were going up, have been going up for a couple of years. But in everyday supplies, it seems like this year we really started seeing the costs go up. So there's nothing really specific in there. It's just the pool chemicals are going up, the supplies needed for all the services at the TAC and MCC are going up. It's just everything is starting to shoot up in price. So there's nothing really specific to point at other than inflation and the doing business with the US right now. And for this department, we don't have anything included in the budget, but there are several projects that are coming back for council to consider that are not funded yet.
Unfunded currently.
Unfunded, and those will be, so those are going to be coming to council to choose whether you want that to be included.
Those carryovers?
No, some of them are ones we've previously funded, but in order to support this budget at this rate of tax increase, we took some out and are bringing them back to council for a decision again. For example, STARS. And there's a few others that we'll get to later. And so there are some savings here that when Hans and I sat down, there are some savings here that are resulting from that. So we wanted to make sure that we could bring a budget forward with appropriate reserve transfers, but still maintaining a 2.5% increase because that's kind of what inflation has roughly been. And so in order to make that happen, we thought we would bring these for council's decision-making back. And it is also, some of these types of projects is good to do every once in a while. So because sometimes when we just wrap it into operating, it's like 10 years later and council doesn't even know we're supporting some organizations, great organizations. It's just nice for you to see again, like, oh, okay, this has been previously funded. Do we want to continue or not? And then for FTEs, we don't have any changes in 2026. Potentially an extra FTE at the TAC in 2027, potentially. And that's it for community and recreation. So I'll get Hans to pop up onto the mic for questions.
So when you talk about programs and funding that we'll kind of go over, when are we going over them?
Potentially today if we have time, or tomorrow.
Okay, and those are programs, I'm just, like STARS, that was a one-time ask, so what the expectation is that every year we would just automatically include it?
There wasn't, if I remember correctly, it wasn't a very clear direction on whether this was going to be ongoing or a one-time. But we had it previously included in operating as an ongoing. But when we saw that there was a lot of budget pressures, we decided to take it back out and bring it back to council for decision.
Okay,
It's under the operating listing tab. All the projects are there, and at the bottom are all the unfunded ones, those ones that would require additional tax revenues to make them, additional tax revenues or taking something out to make those work.
okay,
Yes.
perfect. Any questions under community and recreation? Colin?
So specifically the shelter pods in the warming center. When we attended Alberta Munis, it was pretty clear to us that money doesn't grow on trees, and it's, in fact, it's going to become more scarce, sort of thing, I think is what we heard. And I think to give it context, for every dollar swing in oil, it's $750 million hit or addition to the pocket of the Alberta government. So they're assuming oil prices are going to go down, so it's going to be less money. Do we at all foresee the provincial government potentially cutting things like this to offset their deficits?
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and through the chair to the rest of council. So we have this funding always now in a half-year cycle. So that happened already a couple of years ago. Instead of a 2 or 1 year cycle, we do a half-year cycle. So every time we basically anticipate that it could be ending or changing at that moment. We have not experienced that. Our program is highly valued as well by the province. So we see our funding completely every time honored, though it's a lot of time at the last moment. But we are not anticipating that it's going to change, but every time it's a new ask again.
If it wasn't renewed, then we simply wouldn't have the outgoing expenses. So it would mean lack of support for Drayton Valley, but it would not change the impact on our tax or our deficit at all.
So with that, Hans, so the funding, 6 months, when will we apply again? When have we applied, or when do we need, I guess, just so the new council knows?
So thank you for that. Yeah, so it just recently, so October 31st was the end of the cycle again. So we just have it basically verbally confirmed, not even in a written. The money is coming in and we have to start paying our bills basically November 1st. So it's November 1st and then 6 months later again and then again. So basically right now when we are still getting the money in, we are already prepping for the next request that has to go in 4 or 5 months.
Okay, my understanding was we got it for the year, like it was 180 or 100, it used to be okay, and then it switched.
Quarterly, we'll start questioning whether we're getting it.
Oh,
Yeah, and just to make sure that $186,000 is per half year. So it's twice that amount per year right now. That's based on the things that we were successful with. For instance, our security contract that came up a couple of times comes out of that. So Lola has been successful in opting that granting to get more services done. So it's 186 per half year.
For half year, okay, and that was the security, the warming center, and then the pods. And then our community homeless coordinator is a different grant, right?
Community outreach worker, yes.
Oh,
That's a
thank you,
different
yes.
one that comes through RDN.
Yes, she's wonderful,
Federal,
okay. And that's a different grant. And how does the cycle of that grant work, and are we reapplying, and?
That cycle is per year, so we have a little bit longer, that's per year. And we are able to up that as well, as good as we can. We made it from part-time to full-time recently.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Any other questions? Pat?
Transfers to local boards, what is that referring to?
That's payments that go to the library and outgoing grants to other organizations through our community events grants. Let me look up, I think there's one other thing in there. I'll just look, FCSS grants going out.
Anybody else? No, okay, thank you. You can see that we have a lot of staff that falls under this department, right, as Elvira had mentioned. Next up is planning and economic development.
Awesome. So in planning and economic development includes, of course, planning and development, economic development, and this is where we missed the change in name, but the Community Education Training Center, as well as our bursary. Yes, our education initiative. And some of the projects and plans coming up are organize a Lemonade Day event, once again in collaboration with Community Futures Capital Region, organize job fairs in partnership with Career Assistance Network and the Chamber of Commerce, support and participate in organizing a Northern Lakes College Discovery Day, support the launch of the Business Support Network, develop and market a business incentive bylaw, support where we can with the county's regional economic development strategy, conduct cross-training of staff for various department programs that we currently offer. SEEP is our Clean Energy Improvement Program, Rural Renewal Stream, and Tuition Assistance Bursary, and the Business License Program. Conduct a Business Insights and Engagement Action Plan, continue to promote and administer the Tuition Assistance Bursary, and continue to partner with applicable community organizations to promote economic development and tourism. That was a lot of acronyms.
Planning one.
There's a planning one, yeah.
Yeah, right?
So for planning and economic development, we have our rental revenues increasing, and those are, it's mostly for the Roots of Resilience Charter School, and also our rates for the airport, our lease rates are also increasing by, can't remember the exact percent, we'll go over it when we do the fee schedule, but there was an increase there as well. And the reason why we have that 40,000 from reserves last year, so last year we transferred 100,000 from reserves into the tuition program, and this year we're only gonna transfer 60. So we're expecting 60, and then that will leave just over a year of funding left in the reserves for that program.
And then, so we will transfer 60, and then there's a cost-sharing component from the county? How does that work? Or is that based
Yeah,
per
on top of
student?
that,
On top of that?
yes.
And do they put in a lump sum, or is it
Just
based on students?
They put in a lump sum last year, and it hasn't been fully utilized for students from the county. So
perfect.
they will have some carryover. I don't know if they're going to do it again this year. So-
Okay. Go ahead, Colin.
With respect to the airport, can you just elaborate on how that exactly works? Like who owns what and who gets paid? It is convoluted, so it's probably good to understand for everybody.
Either way,
Yes, the airport is very convoluted. And kind of messy. Sorry, it just is. The ownership falls to, we own, and we've done the subdivisions for the hangars and for the rentals. the county cost shares with it because it's in the county, and we're working with the, congratulations, Ryan, on getting this board. We're working with the Pembina Regional Aerodrome Association to clean up some interesting methods of dealing with things over the past few years.
And another fun fact, the province owns the land.
Yes.
Province owns the land, we own the airport, it's in the county of Brazil. And
Right?
Aerodrome manages it.
Ish.
And
who does
So they
snow
manage it
removal?
for the most part, I don't know exactly what all they do. So there's some expenses
We do all the
that we pay,
leases.
and the leases, and then,
We hold all the leases for the different renters of the different hangars. We do all the planning and development side of things. We've recently discovered that the original subdivision maps for the hangars have no relevance to what's actually there. So it's an ongoing project at the moment.
sorry, there was going to be $44,000 left in the reserve after 2026 budget in the education reserve. So just for reference for the new counselors, that when the program started, we had some donations from various groups, and then we had a fundraiser in 2023, and we made sure that any committed funds by council were used first, and then donations and stuff was used second. And so that money went into reserves to wait. And then in 2024, that's when council said, hey, let's stop funding it through taxes, and we'll use up the reserves and then have that conversation again once those are used up. So that's where we're at. So we'll have to have that conversation in the next budget season next year. So moving on to the expenses. So you see big decreases there in salaries and wages, and we have some vacancies that we chose not to fill again. And then we have an increase in the contracted in general, which is partially because of the vacancy that we didn't fill for the planner. So those duties are now being done by a contractor, V3, correct?
Yes.
And so that's why the contract in general is high, and it makes up for some of the lowering of the salaries and wages. And then one-time operating projects. So last year we did 100,000 for education, and we had the e-permitting through planning that we did, which was 67,000. And then we had two smaller ones, which were the business support network and workforce attraction. And that made up the 189,000. And this year, the only project being brought forward is the 60,000 for the tuition assistance bursary program. So for the full-time equivalencies, you see going from 7 to 6. So in the budget, we do have some vacancies not being filled, but for the purpose of the staffing summary, I didn't take those out yet, just to give the flexibility of planning. But we did take out the education, so we have 0.5 just for some admin around that, even though we really don't allocate any actual expenses to education from our staff. And then on the next page, we have the tuition assistance bursary program. And it was created to reduce a significant barrier for residents with the rising costs of post-secondary education and training, and to support a stronger, more resilient local workforce. Affordable access to education is essential for retaining youth, filling critical local labor needs, and strengthening long-term community capacity. Now in its 6th year, the program continues to demonstrate measurable impact, with students successfully completing remote training and local employers benefiting from a consistent pool of trained, community-rooted staff. The program remains a key driver of educational access, workforce development, and community stability. And I will take any questions now. I think, are you answering because Corinne can't talk?
Corinne has no voice, so I will be answering.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead, Farrell.
Thanks. When do we have an Economic Development Committee meeting?
On December the 10th at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd like to go through some of these programs like in super detail, but this is not the,
No, we are
Time for
bringing you
that.
the super detail on the 10th. The
Yeah.
agenda's already being done, so.
Okay, so that's at the ECDEV meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
If you give us the names of which ones, we can make sure that we haven't missed anything. So, just send them to me and we'll make sure that they are all included.
Any other questions?
I do have a little side note fun fact, if anyone would like one.
Sure.
So the supporting and participating in organizing a Northern Lakes College Discovery Day, it's actually a recruitment event for Northern Lakes College. They are working with the town and the Roots of Resilience Charter School to bring in one of their mobile trade units to garner interest and exposure to their trade programs. So,
Very cool. Almost as good as some chocolate in the mid-afternoon.
also true. Do you need chocolate now?
Yes, I agree, I'm with you.
People are fading, it looks like.
There's coffee there if anyone needs. I feel like you had a question, Brandon. What was your question that you had asked? Oh, my goodness, my mind just went blank. And it was something to do with planning or education, or what was your question? Oh, my goodness. It came to me and it left. If we fund something, okay, well, I'll circle back around. We're still in operations. I can't,
All right.
I need some time to think about it.
So that brings us to the end of our operating budget. Next, we will go into projects. First, operating projects and then capital projects. So I guess my question is time and where we want to stop for the afternoon.
Do you want a break and to keep going through the operating projects?
So we have the operating projects, and then the intention is to do capital tomorrow, right? What is, I'm gonna start it and we'll see.
Yeah, so there's nothing, we've already talked about all the ones that are included in the balanced budget.
Yeah.
So those include, here, let me bring it up, sorry. Oh, it's gonna be sideways. Nope, it's not. Okay, perfect. So that includes the TAB program at the top that comes from reserves, and then the Lions West Park Sports Field Maintenance, Records Management Program, and Tree Operating Project. And that will have a net tax impact of 130,000. And then the one FTE is another $117,000. Again, all this is included in the budget.
This is included in the budget.
Correct. All that's
Okay.
included in the budget.
Yeah.
Then you have the bottom projects that are not included in the budget. These are things that council can choose to add in if they're willing to adjust something else in the
Okay.
budget for it. So we can start going through the unfunded projects one by one.
The one's not included?
The ones not included, because we've already talked
Yeah,
about the ones
absolutely.
included. Of course, if you have questions, then we can go in more detail, but there is a breakdown of every single project in detail for your perusal.
Let's do that.
So,
And then can I just make a comment too, that as we go through them, you could either mark in your little book like yes, no, maybe, and then we'll do a recap, and then we always come back after we look at the capital, and there may be wiggle room in other
Yeah.
areas. So even though it might be well, I'd like this, but can we afford it, right? So that would be a yes or absolutely no. So keep your little notes of yes and no's as we go through.
yes,
And then I'll go
absolutely.
around and through it, and I will go, okay, Ryan, yes or no, Pat, yes or no, and that's kind of how I'll do it, so keep a little note.
All right, the first one is the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and we've contributed to it in the past, but there's kind of a question of like, should we, is it worth it? Let's talk about it. So we brought it back in this area to see if council wishes to fund this. So watershed planning and advisory councils are important stewards of Alberta's major watersheds. They're independent nonprofit organizations that are designated by the Alberta government to report on the health of our watersheds, lead collaborative planning, and facilitate education and stewardship activities. I will not read the whole thing, but
No.
that's essentially what this is about. And so if we pay the membership, I believe we get a board, we can appoint a board member, and that's essentially what we get out of it, and input, of course, into what they're doing. I do think that, I mean, Cody, Councillor Brooks can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that maybe the county's a lot more involved. I'm not sure in that, but just, it makes sense, they probably have a lot more river access, maybe, I don't know, but
I
that
think in the
is,
past, someone from administration.
page 49,
Lee
sorry.
Chambers sat
You're
on
all
that one, I
searching.
recall. No? I thought, oh. Oh, I remember Lee sitting on it.
On this board?
Yeah, on
Lease
the,
that on
on
it.
North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance.
Yeah, lease that on.
Hans?
Well, thank you, Chair. So basically, Councillor Evans reported a couple of times in the Sustainability Committee of the involvement that he had, or basically that he did not have. So that's why it was put to question if this, let's say, ongoing membership, basically, of the Watershed Alliance would be a continuation. So when you look into the mandate and the organization behind it, of course, from, out of the province, and the almost automatic that everybody is part of it, because the watershed is of course important. Not that we are in the town are in the watershed by itself, but whatever happens in the North Saskatchewan watershed that we are part of is still important for the town. The involvement with it is basically initiative-based, so going to conferences here and there, get the information, being part of the AGM, for instance, and have your voice over there. There's a lot of advocacy happening, so talk with EBPR, so with Senator Bernard as well. There's a potential of still being very much involved. It's a lot of information, and we are a stakeholder, so that's why it's, yes, it's part of the question down here. It was automatically over the last couple of years. If you put it to question for yourself, should you be part of it or not? Just know, of course, that everybody else basically is part of it. If you take a look in the website, the memberships right now for the rural communities, number one is Brazil County. For rural municipalities, we are number one listed, and then you see the other communities as well. It's for council's consideration, of course.
Thank you for that, Hans. Any questions around this project? Colin?
So I mean, when we read their letter, there are three, you know, it says your support sustains collaborative planning tools, science-based strategies, and then 2025 State of the Watershed update. Now, I guess my questions are, you know, does this information, or do we get any information from the NSWA regarding our water intake or discharge practices? You know, as far as I'm concerned, drought risk is managed by the province, and the things we need to do around that. So my question is, do we need to be a part of this to manage our water and wastewater? So how much info are we getting out of this, and how much is it informing what we're doing?
Thank you for that. And of course, I looked already a little bit to my right. How much does it really inform us to wastewater and our intake and our distribution back to the river? I have to take a look into water intake, and my colleague here at the utility side, I see a zero basically coming up over there. So though the decisions of the watershed area, of course, are a lot to do with what happens over there, which does not affect us so much. So if you're thinking really about the information and the importance to our water distribution / sewer and stuff like that, it's neglectable. Is that the word?
Negligible.
Negligible.
Nihil.
That works too.
Any other questions? So with North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, this is a yearly fee that they're asking. How many other boards internally, externally, do we pay a fee, annual fee for?
A handful, where we pay a fee for the, oh my gosh, Airshed.
Yeah.
Airshed, and then we have, of course, the, like, FCM and Alberta Munis, RMA, all those kinds of things. But in terms of these types of organization, I don't think there's a lot of other ones, but I'll make a note and see. I can pull it up to see exactly what they are, but not a lot.
Yeah.
And most of them are not this much. I mean, our like Alberta Municipalities is a significant
Yeah,
one, but
that's different,
But most
yeah.
other memberships are like $100 or even $1,000 or less. So this is quite a bit, quite a big one for sure.
It is, and I think that
4,000.
my question was, yeah, what are we paying for other external, I guess, boards or committees that we sit on? I always did question why it was so strange that it all of a sudden started coming out of sustainability, which made no sense, because if we're paying for these other boards, are they coming out of certain other committees, or they're just coming out of expenses in that category? So I was a little bit confused there. And then I know, Farrell, you were commenting on this at one time too, the value that it brings of sitting. Did you want to add anything to the conversation, or just it helps the other councilors that haven't had an opportunity to sit on this and have the experience and understanding, because you did this for a lot of years, sat on it. I think I sat on it once. That was it.
Yeah, when I was on it was at the beginning, and it was definitely very functional in terms of going to the different municipalities and figuring out how we're all connected in the watershed, and then what that actually means for all of us. Because we drink from the North Saskatchewan River, the tributaries that go into that make a difference in how we're managing the land, or even monitoring or assessing that. Like Edmonton does a ton of monitoring. Because we're upstream from there was no data for us. Or even to say what's the quality, like Rocky Mountain House dumps their water before we get it. So do we monitor ahead of them and after them as well? Like there's all these other pieces that contribute into the watershed. So it was very well attended by most of the municipalities that sat on the board there. We kind of took turns hosting. So we went, Rocky hosted, we've hosted a couple times and had everyone here. It's a great chance to connect with. Most of them have counselors that sit on it. There was one or two that had admin staff. Yeah, I'm not sure where they're at for the last 4 years,
Yeah.
but at the time, it was definitely valuable to have someone there. So I think they have come out and done presentations to our council. So I think if we're not sure, it would be worth, they can speak better than me or anyone else, to just have them come and present what they do, and then we can decide if we want to put someone on. And at the end of the day, for our $31 million budget, $4,000, I'm sure we can flux if we need to, whether it's in or out, if we decide to join. So.
Pat, did you have a question?
Actually, Farrell pointed it out. I read in the letter here that it says that they would welcome an opportunity to come and present to council. So I think that sounds pretty necessary at this point.
Okay, perfect. We'll make a note of that then. Yeah, is it?
All right, we'll move on to the next, which is Fireworks Canada Day. So in the past, just some background information, in the past, council has said that, has directed previous councils, I don't even know how long ago, that they were going, the tax base contribution was going to be fireworks, and then everything else is fundraise for Canada Day. And so we're bringing it back to see if that's still the appetite for council to fund it, or if alternatively, put it on administration to fundraise for fireworks on top of everything else. Yeah, that's pretty much why this project is coming back.
And at one time, or was it just a one-time thing that we did fireworks at New Year's too? It was a one-time thing? Okay, because I always, yeah, I know. What did you say? Well, and I think that it might have also been COVID too, because there wasn't a lot happening, or there was something maybe, and we decided that at least people could have some sort of form of joy. Maybe that's what it was. Pat, sure, go ahead.
Just a question. I know that it's weather dependent. What is the cost on a cancellation?
Thank you for that question. So basically, there's no cost for cancellation if we do it way ahead of time. So we basically, of course, contact them straight away for the next year. But if it would be totally canceled, I think we can still do it without any cost to that, because they will not put the effort in yet for the new celebration.
But sorry, I think she's asking if 2 days before you realize there's going to be a storm, rain or shine,
Or
we're going to
an
do those
hour
fireworks,
before.
right?
Right.
We're going to do it, yeah, okay.
We're going to do it regardless. And
Yeah.
Sorry, we postpone it, or there are other opportunities, of course. So normally, we have a very good relationship with this fireworks contractor that we always can work it out. Yeah.
I wonder if there's like any sort of grants or funding, like through a tourism or hospitality foundation or organization that we could access for community dollars perhaps, or something. I'll just go to Ryan, then Farrell.
Just a quick question on that. So do we get, because there is a Canada Day grant from the federal government, so that funds the other events at the Omniplex?
Correct.
Okay, and this can be tied into that?
I mean, we can, we just have to raise more funds then.
Well, just
Yeah.
through sponsorship, right?
Yes,
So I mean, there's organizations that could potentially sponsor that event, which includes the
Absolutely.
fireworks. Okay.
And so what do we get for that grant? Do we know roughly, what did we get, or?
I can quickly, I do believe last year was more, a one-off, but let me look it up. It'll take,
I think the 5,000 is the one that we get for Alberta Days, or am I completely wrong? Yeah, 5,000 for Alberta Days in the September, but Canada Day was a little bit more, maybe. Farrell?
Yes, I would support this being left in the budget. I quite enjoy fireworks, and I think a lot of our community does when you look at who comes out to events and stuff going on. I'd like to see it increased to $15,000. Yep, don't care.
$100 a minute is what they quote.
Yeah.
Oh, $100
so-
a minute? That's not that bad if you had it. Oh, I was like, $100, that's not bad at all.
No, it's $1,000 a minute.
It's another 10 minutes.
we'll
we
take
could
2
go,
hours.
Like, how many minutes? Oh,
Yeah.
$1,000.
$1,000 a minute.
Oh, wow.
12 grand, that's a 12 grand.
So yeah, I would like to see it stay in as a council-funded item, but then I'd also like to see the opportunity, if there is someone who wants to sponsor, we could add on to it potentially. It
Yeah, this
not
is
in-
not included. So we can go kind of around and say, yeah, I kind of like this, leave them all in, and then once you do the capital, or you kind of go back, you can even look at the ones that are included and say, no, 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 too, right? So this is just kind of a, keep it in. Brandon, question, comment?
Yeah, I would say comments. I know I used to live in Sylvan Lake, and they did fireworks 3, 4, maybe 5 times a year, dependent on. I do appreciate the Christmas and/or New Year's fireworks a lot more. Number one, we can do them a lot sooner. There's no concern of, usually never concern of weather. It's more stable around that time. And then also people do get to experience it a little bit better because it's darker, all that kind of stuff. Whereas opposed to Canada Day, I do struggle with, especially my kids and stuff. Usually they're in bed by the time fireworks are going off, and so either they're getting woken up by the fireworks and/or they're missing
you still
it
get to
completely.
enjoy them,
One or
but
the
in a
other.
different way.
Yeah, usually I don't enjoy them when they're waking up, but FYI.
Farrell?
I will take a friendly amendment to look at different times of the year.
Or an increase in splitting. So right now, we're tentatively, let's keep it in there, yes. We'll move on to the next one.
I am just, so we raised 22,000 last year, so for everything. So the government of Alberta, maybe Canada, it was $10,000 last year, yeah.
Okay. So
And
there
then
would be an
lots of
opportunity.
different donations from corporate sponsors. Brazeau County? Yeah, so. Yeah.
Does Brazeau County ever talk about contributing to fireworks? And I can add that to my list. Add that to my list. And
Yeah.
we could do. Oh, you don't know, Look at the things
We have the
that-
Northern Lights, why do we need fireworks?
I guarantee that's what people say. I guarantee that's what people say.
Yeah. This year when we actually see the Northern Lights a lot. Okay, next is the STARS operating support. So supporting the STARS with, in the last year, the ask was $2 per capita, which is $14,400 to help their operating expenses. So they brought a presentation forward to show with all the fundraising they do, still how much less they do than they could do based on needs. And so STARS has flown 190 residents, so I believe that's just Drayton Valley, not the greater region. I think that Brazeau County got the same presentation last year for their requested to, or maybe they have always contributed, I'm not sure. Supporting STARS Alberta is to provide essential life-saving services, especially for rural and remote communities, improving the efficiency of healthcare systems and enhancing public safety. This support aligns with the municipality's commitment to health, resilience, and safety, and ultimately ensures that residents have access to the highest standards of emergency medical care. STARS relies on partnerships between government, local communities, and the private sector to provide its services. Municipal support is essential for maintaining its vital service, and by contributing, municipalities help ensure the continued success of these partnerships, which are often essential for funding and sustaining services like STARS.
Thank you for that. Pat?
I'll start by saying I absolutely support this program. I had the opportunity yesterday to actually visit the STARS site and get a tour. Once you've been there, you're convinced the importance. And they did mention that Drayton Valley is a key part of what they do because of the distance that we are from the city. It's a very viable option that they often will come here based on the fact that they're close enough to get back in time, but we're far enough away to outweigh land or going by ambulance. So we're a very vital part of the work that they do here.
Thank you. Ryan?
So I just brought it up. So Brazeau County's not listed, but they have Drayton Valley 12 trips last year. So 12 trips in 2024 to Drayton Valley alone. Great organization. I know, as Pat mentioned, the Community Foundation supports them. The Legion does a Stars golf tournament every year. As much as I support them, it's interesting that taxpayers, right, the tax dollars and stuff, but I think a lot of people do support Stars, and not that, that I'm against them, 100% for them. There's been a close call where we almost needed them, but I just don't know if it's tax dollars.
Yeah, thank you for that. Farrell?
Yeah, I'm the same lines. I wouldn't be supporting this with tax dollars in general if there was a one-off program or something going on, but I think that sometimes we get asked to do a lot as a town, like from all other organizations and pieces, and we kind of have to pick and choose. And I think STARS has a lot of success in the community with other organizations where they're able to get support, so.
Anyone else? I have the same comment as I have not supporting it as well. I don't know if this is something that I thought maybe even every other year we reconsider or something like that. I know it was the first time last year, I think, that it came, like, had we funded it before? We've never seen it. So last year was actually the first time we'd ever funded it. And yeah. But that's okay, you can put your why or no beside it too, and then when we actually go through, then we'll see, because there might be 4 or 3, right? Next up?
Sounds good. Next up is reconciliation and cultural diversity. This was a priority identified in the previous strategic and corporate business plan as creating a diverse and welcoming community where everyone is safe, secure, and feels a sense of home and belonging. Considering reconciliation, a focus on continuing to build relationships with our Indigenous community members and neighbors, as well as other cultural diversity training, is recommended to bring reconciliation to the cultural diverse and, recommend to bring recognition to the cultural diversity in the community. So it's both aligning with the truth and reconciliation, but also cultural diversity on top of that. So in the past, there's been training, various trainings done, as well as the event on September 30th through these funds. So it was funded a few years ago by council, and it has been in the operating budget since, so we're bringing it back for consideration this year.
Thank you for that. Just a question is, it's important to be building relationships, and it's important to be recognizing cultural diversity and learning on the journey that we're moving forward together. This past September 30th, there was events that were happening in the community, but we didn't fund them. They were put on by Roots of Resilience, is that correct?
Madam Chair, there was a small amount funded by town and an attempt to coordinate by town, but Roots of Resilience took over and led the way and did what they felt was best towards not just moving towards reconciliation, but how do we move forward in life after we've acknowledged that? So the school and the elders actually ran that together in conjunction with some of our community and recreation staff, so.
Perfect. I'm just wondering, I do think it's important, but I just wonder if there's not stakeholders, groups, and entities that are leading this themselves already. Like you have the Métis Local 888, like you have the multicultural, and you have that. If we don't continue to let them lead, and then we jump on and assist or be part of that as we kind of started to do this
That was
year?
sort of how they moved it along this year with the committee members. They sort of took the lead and moved in the direction that they felt was appropriate.
Yeah, or even like, my guess, mine would be maybe even like drop this down to like 1,000 or something if there's some sort of in-kind, or how do we coordinate together to get on this? So there's not so many events happening, right, on this day? Farrell?
Yeah, I would say the same. I wouldn't have a placeholder for the dollars, but they can come forward for the community events grant or anything
Yeah.
else. And we can at any point decide to allocate funds towards a project if something comes up. So,
Sort of started with us doing it, but the community is now starting to.
yeah,
To lead it.
Do it on its own.
that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that for me in the message, it wouldn't be that we don't want to support. I think that it's let the other organizations and community groups lead, and then where we need to come in. Colin?
I would say, I mean, there's other ways to support, and it's not always necessarily money. I mean, last year we supported the school, provincially and with a particular minister. So I think there's other ways we can contribute more meaningfully than just straight up dollars, so.
Yeah, Pat?
And I think the fact that they can apply for specific grants for specific projects of, like you're saying, $1,000 makes very good sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Next up?
Awesome. Next up is the Eagle Points Blue Rapids Park Council operating support. So in 2024 or 2025, now I can't remember, I'll look it up. They came forward and we placed it, it was approved, and then it was placed in our operating budget as a recurring, so we're bringing it back for council consideration. So supporting the EPBR Park Council with $5,000 a year to cover operating expenses, to do programming, community programming and special events. This annual contribution would be provided as a set amount and will be part of the operating budget for delivering services to pick up to the public at large. My goodness, I'm losing it. To the public at large, including members of the municipality. So it's essentially just help them operate and do events, community events and stuff like that. And so Sandra came at the time and presented, and she showed like all the things they do, and they're a very good organization, but we just brought it forward because we wanted to make sure that this was still a council priority.
I think it would be important for EPBR to come to this council and present to what they do and give an update. They just have a new vehicle as well that they were able to fundraise from, and they're out in the community to let council know what programs they offer and what they do. Because they do play a significant role in our community when it comes to programs, when it comes to all sorts of things. And then a large portion of how they operate is through provincial granting too.
Correct,
And
yes.
sponsorships and things like that. Questions, Farrell?
Does this have to do with Family Day? So that funding is separate?
That is separate, yes, correct, yep.
Pat?
Similar kind of question in that some of the events, are there applications coming forward for, say, their Pumpkin Day thing and that type of event that they are doing separate from this? Or could that happen instead of this? Like applications for events?
This is just a general operating to help them make budget.
Okay.
The only other one-off that I can think of is the years that they ran the Family Day event, and we would pay them for that. But other than that, I don't know that we've had specific asks. Have we? You go ahead.
Very nice? Yeah, that's the family. Yes. Hans?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the rest of council. So yes, very good question. So there are, of course, community events that they organize, and that's the possibility for them to come forward. But based on our criteria for the community grants, if they are receiving as an organization other types of funding, operational funding, for example, that would exclude that. So the Pumpkin Walk, for instance, would be an example of that would be reconsidered and most likely not awarded as a community event when they get this $5,000 operation support already. So that's an important one. If they would not get this operational funding, yes, they could come forward for multiple events that they organize, and they will be basically checked towards the criteria of the community events grants, and they could be getting those supports.
So did we fund the $5,000 in this year's budget?
So it's taken out of this year's budget as,
Oh, sorry, 2025.
We're all in the 2026.
Yeah, so,
2025 was it in the budget?
Yes.
Yes,
Pretty
okay.
sure.
And then 2024 as well in the budget? Yes,
I'm not 100% sure when they came for the first
2024?
time.
yes.
Let me check.
Yeah, so just to give this new council an idea that this was an operation that we have funded, right? The last 3 years, okay. And then, so yeah, just so everyone has an idea. Ryan, did you have a question? No. Okay, then Farrell?
In terms of conversation with them, with any not-for-profit, typically operating dollars are very hard to come by, and so it would make a difference in their budget. Have you had any preliminary communications, like as a heads up that, hey, in 3 weeks, you're not going to be funded by us, is very short notice?
Yeah.
So in this case, no, we have not had those conversations, given into the term budget and now present to council. It's, let's say, sometimes maybe a little shocking in the sense that, hey, that we are considering this.
Can I follow that up also with final approval of what comes to this council comes from me, and I made the request that we stay at a specific amount, so cuts were made in those grounds. If staff had reached out to those organizations, it could have been assumed that it was coming from you guys. So those preliminary conversations would not have happened.
And yes, we started funding them in 2024, so we've,
24, 25, this would be the third year
yeah.
then? Okay. Okay, and they do, yeah, like I said, they do get a certain amount of dollars from provincial government for operations and programs and things. Okay, next up, does anybody else have any other comments or questions on this one? No, okay, so next, museum bathroom building.
So I think that, was this last week that this came
Yes.
forward? Okay. I thought it was with this council, but I just couldn't remember when.
Do you work somewhere else?
No, I was
When you
here.
said this council, that's why I was like, I thought it was with this council. I was like, oh, do you have another council?
Oh, yeah. I'm cheating on you guys.
Yeah, you better not be.
No, you're my only counsel. Yes. So I guess you all have the information, and I hope you've read to your satisfaction, but essentially they would like funding for the washroom facility. And I was working on a reserve schedule when I realized that a few years ago, we approved $20,000 for the gazebo that never happened, that we have set aside. So we could, I don't know where that's at, or if that project's just done, gone. We could look into it and potentially use that to offset this cost, but I just wanted council to know that as they were kind of making a decision on this project.
Well, thank you for that. That's a good note. Go ahead, Brandon.
So with this, is this, yeah, just looking at this bathroom that they have here as a rendition, is this like finalized? Like there's no other options for other people approaching this project and potentially tendering for it? Because this is, for $116,000, you have basically an oil shack with 2 bathrooms in it. It's pretty disgusting to me, but maybe I'm biased.
Thank you for that question. You want to?
I just wanted to
respond
start, we just quoted out different prices for them so they could look at what they were applying for CFIP. So this was nothing finalized.
I do like the idea, oh, sorry, Farrell, go ahead. I do like the idea of, because originally I have a no for this, but I do like the idea of keeping the money in the reserve that we have that which we use for the gazebo to go towards a washroom facility project. And then I think there would need to be fundraising attached to this, as well as a conversation with the county and maybe potential CFEP grants or something out there as well. Farrell?
Yeah, mine's more along the lines of the whole park space down there. Like, we have the campground, and there's the washrooms facility that's down there. So what kind of shape is that in? And why would we not put a normal, like, full build with a cement floor and everything else in versus the cost of a ramp is crazy compared. I have a lot of questions on the project itself and why it would be like this.
So the museum just came to me and said, hey, you know, and I said, there's these kind of grants you can look at.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, we have no idea who to quote a bathroom with. So we just had our facilities head reach out to all of the different, so he got quotes that were upwards of 500,000 for a full build, and then there was this option, and they're having to fundraise for this, so I believe they just stuck with the smaller option. And there is no real project there until they can get the possibility of a CFIP grant, which they can't apply for until we, as a town and the county, agree to a certain amount, so they know what to ask for. So the project is sort of it's in limbo until you guys and the county probably agree. And if you don't, then it just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I just think I want it to be long-term sustainable and bigger picture thinking, and it's what the museum might need right now, but is there a way to add on to it if they need more in the future? Or
Yes.
there's so many other pieces. It's ultimately going to be our asset.
Yes.
We're going to be the one who has to manage it or take care of it if it's damaged. If they go in and kick the door off, like, I just want it to be functional, and based on what we already have there, do we have any troubles? Or
Yes.
are we needing something that's maybe bigger but located more on the middle so the baseball people could use it as well as the museum people? Like,
There's a whole bunch of things that would need to be settled in this one.
yes, a lot.
So is it fair to say, Elvira said there's a little bit of money put away, having further conversations with the museum, our museum, talking about fundraising, and like, Brandon, you had mentioned too, and I would agree that I would want it to be sustainable and nice. I mean, you could get a garage package from Home Hardware for $40,000, and you can have a local builder put some bathrooms, you know what I mean, and actually make it quite nice with some vanities or something. I think you can definitely have something more sustainable and long-term that would be functional and a lot more aesthetically, yeah. Go ahead,
More
Farrell.
question about the grant for, I understand with the CFIP, like it's matching. And so if they get 20,000 from us and 20,000 from the county, that means the project could only be 80, but is there an opportunity with that grant to build on it the next year?
Yes, you can double it.
You can, okay,
Usually every 2 years, though, they don't usually grant to an organization 1 year.
okay.
Can-
I'm just thinking if it'd be smarter to have maybe 30 or 40 in the budget potentially, so that they can get those matching dollars.
Or 20,000, because we already have 20.
We already have the 20 in, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe
That's why I'm
10,000 if we-
asking, I guess,
yeah.
what's
We
the
put
best
in-
use of our time?
Yeah. If we put another 10,000 rather than 50,000, just tentatively as of right now, and then we even have the conversation with the museum to reach out to local builders and see what it would cost to get a stick build with a couple washrooms in there. Yeah, I added it to the county cost sharing with naming rights too, maybe. Any other questions or comments on this, Pat?
Just one, and that is that what made me think positively about this was the concept of it being part of a tourism information center, which I believe our community really needs to have, so.
And then also the events component, if they had weddings or other
Yes,
events down
actually, I
there, there
forgot
would
about
be a
that,
little
but
bit of
yes.
revenue, right?
Yep.
So. And EPBR? Oh, that's right, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Okay, we got a maybe here.
Sounds good. We'll move on to the next one, which is Drayton Valley Comprehensive Family Violence Institute. So the Drayton Valley Family Violence Institute has been changing lives of individuals and families in our community for 35 years. The organization offered a life-changing program that has helped keep families together, ending the cycles of abuse, and was created with the goal of ending domestic violence in our community. People who enter the court system due to domestic violence charges are mandated to take this program. Residents can also be referred to the program by Children's Services, FCSS, and other community service agencies. The main source of funding has been the Government of Alberta through the Ministry of Children's Services. The funding for this program has recently been cut across the province. While there has not been any confirmation yet regarding where residents experiencing family violence are to be referred to, it is our understanding that the province will be moving to an online format. While the province gave no indication the funding was at risk, which gave the board no time to find alternate sources of funding, the Board of Directors is actively working with the Executive Director of Community Corrections with the Government of Alberta to find alternative ways to deliver this program, and are exploring new local partnerships with organizations such as Pembina Crisis Connection Society.
Minister Turton announced today 188 million for family violence. We're just trying to, literally, it was an hour and a half ago, so if you can leave this one in abeyance until I can pull the information that was released today, we don't need to have a discussion on whether you fund it or whether the province does, because the announcement just came out.
Perfect,
So-
thank you. We did send a letter too, just to bring this council up to speed, asking for this program. And it's not to say that this program isn't currently running, because it is currently running. It's just online. It's not face-to-face. So one of the concerns is that a lot of times when an individual is mandated to attend something like a domestic violence, that being online doesn't necessarily mean that they get the reform and the help that they need. Rather, when it's face-to-face, then they're obligated, right? So that was where the concern was coming from the group, is that it was just better when it was face-to-face rather than online. But we'll wait to hear from Jocelyn on.
They have implemented face-to-face, Drayton Valley is not on the list.
Oh, so we're not. Okay,
I will forward the news release to all of council.
sure. Colin?
Yeah, I think regardless of what happens there, I mean, this is sort of getting out of the lane of a municipality. I think, I absolutely see the value in it, but again, as it should be at a municipally funded program, I guess is the question that needs to be asked. And I would say, right now, I think, in my view, it's a provincial funding opportunity, not a municipality.
Perfect, Farrell?
Yeah, I would also pitch that something like this would go to the safety committee to discuss and see how they can help or ways they would recommend, or outside of funding, or maybe it is funding or whatever, but it'd be a good avenue for at least a discussion.
Perfect, awesome. Well, let's move on to the best and the biggest.
Best, the last,
And
and
the
the best.
last. Yeah, just in case you guys were getting sleepy. So what the proposal is to mechanically excavate to dislodge Aspen View Pond. The water level in Aspen View Pond is extremely low due to displacement from the massive amount of sludge. The fountains cannot run, causing excessive algae growth. I think that's algae, right? It's supposed to be algae. Sorry, didn't catch that. And residents have expressed numerous complaints from the smell caused from the stagnancy and the lack of water flow due to the low water level. So, it's hard to believe, but doing that costs $255,000 and upwards, yes. I do believe that a few years ago when we dislodged or did some work at the water treatment plant, it was even more than that, but it's just what it costs, it seems like.
There's a couple different methods you can use, which there's dredging, where you send in like a massive vacuum and it dredges out the sludge, puts it into a centrifuge, adds a chemical and spins out the water, and then it comes out dry. That is like just to do Murrah Pond as a comparison, which is a lot smaller in size than Aspen View. That cost was almost $500,000 just to do Murrah. So to do Aspen View, you could see that climb even further. We did one of our smaller lagoons at the wastewater treatment plant with the centrifuge, because we can't just shut down a lagoon. We have to keep it live and active without getting the federal government and the provincial government involved in some different regulatory requirements. We did a third of that pond and it cost us $300,000 to do the dredging. Mechanical excavation is a lot cheaper. And with a storm pond, you can put it out of service and excavate it. So that would be our recommendation, how we would do this pond. Murrah Pond was $127,000 excavated.
So we saved there. So if we were to change the desludging to a excavation, then,
No, that is an excavated cost.
oh, this is just the excavation cost, okay. Brandon?
And so this cost is based on like salaries and our equipment use, like that's all in-house, or are we
This is contracted.
subcontracting that out?
This is
Okay.
contracted.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't have tracos and cats and things that can move that sludge around to dry it in that current location and then haul it. We just don't have the capacity to do that.
So was this based on the same contractor that we had for Murrah, that was where the cost came?
The same type
The
of,
same type?
yes, not necessarily that contractor per se, but yeah. it would
Okay,
be-
perfect. I'll go to Pat first and then Farrell.
Is this a choice? Does it have to be done?
It doesn't have to be done, however, there is quite a few complaints that come through. I do notice that on the intake side of it, you can see there's an island almost building up there that should be excavated out, or else you're not gonna be able to get water into the pond. The fountains, like I said, we rebuilt them, I wanna say 3 to 4 times this year, just because the motors keep burning out, so the fountains won't run.
So that's kind of my question, is if it doesn't happen, then what happens to that pond?
It just continues to fill with sludge. And right now, we're about 60-70% sludge.
So it absolutely needs to
Should
be
be
done.
done.
Okay, that's my
It
question.
should be done. I'm not saying it has to be done, but it should be done for sure within the next couple of years.
Is this a common thing with these kind of ponds, like in other communities?
In our current design, yeah. We could look at, in the future, it is a capital cost to put in interceptor manholes, which collects all the solids, and then you suck that out with our vac, would be a lot easier and cheaper to maintain.
How many ponds do we have in town?
6, 7?
Okay, so some simple math there, this could be very expensive over time, so.
Carol?
What season do you look at doing this in?
We have to do it in the fall. We got to wait till the migratory birds leave before we can do it. And when it's colder and you have less water coming in, it's easier to dry and haul. So we tend to do it fall, late fall.
Okay.
You're not having as much rain events coming in.
Do you have another question, Phil? So you made a comment at the end there that if we did something that would collect all the waste and we wouldn't have the desludging. So what was that again?
It's a giant manhole that's an interceptor where all the solids would settle. It'd have a screen system in it. Water would pass through, solids would stay on one side, and then you just suck that out every once in a while.
So are we able to incorporate that in Marat and Aspen
It'd be
View?
something we would look into.
If, now that we've done the excavation and the desludging, so in order to prevent this from happening in the future, what would the cost be now to add the inceptor onto these two? So then, like, we're checking those off, those 2 ponds are done.
I don't know the cost off the top of my head. I'd have to get an engineer involved in those types of conversations. But I am looking at it for Marat, so I'd have a good idea of what to expect with Marat. Aspen View does take a lot more water, so that interceptor would have to be a lot larger. So the cost would be a little bit different comparative to those 2 ponds, but Marat Pond, we're looking at it.
So are we guessing that if we weren't to incorporate the inceptor into Marat or Aspen View, then we would be having to desludge, or we'd go through the same process again a couple years down the road where our fountains weren't working and we were ending up with the same algae and everything?
It doesn't build that quickly. We do a lot of street sweeping to try to prevent that stuff from happening. So Northview Pond was done, I want to say, in 2013, somewhere around there, when I first started with the town, and we haven't done it since, and that pond is functioning well. So it does take quite a bit of time to build those solids. Plus, we've been adding enzymes now that have kind of maintained our sludge level right now. It's not continuing to gain, so we're hoping if we continue that treatment, it should help mitigate any future costs.
So when Northview Pond was done in 2013, was that a full excavation and desludge? Okay,
Yeah.
so that's 10, 12, yeah, 15 years, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, wow, yeah. Thank you.
Yep, correct. And it's a lot smaller too. Plus, under construction makes it a lot harder because you're getting a lot of runoff from those construction areas, so it won't accumulate as fast, I don't believe.
And I know initially from Marat, there were supposed to be 2 phases of that. Are we avoiding the second phase now because of this? This will help?
This is gonna help. No, we've run into complications with the engineering, things that we anticipated was there aren't there. So we're trying to reach out to the engineers that designed it when they developed, so that we can kind of figure out what's going on, because we're missing something, some sort of piece is missing. And we don't have any record drawings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay. So that is it then for the additional projects. That's correct, right?
Absolutely, that's all. Only 391,000, guys.
So 391,000, I believe, just tentatively right now, we said a no to STARS, no to the Truth and Reconciliation. EPBR, we're waiting on, I have a yes there just as a placeholder because we're waiting maybe for a presentation or to get some further discussion. Museum bathroom building, we have 20,000 sitting. Are we okay with just leaving or adding, or no yes here? Just tentatively, we can change it still. The 20,000, so that would be no additional?
Sorry?
Yeah, the 20 won't, it'll be a zero, but do we want to add a little bit more, or we good with just saying a zero? This is a yes, but a zero, maybe using the 20,000. I'm going to leave it as a, okay, I'll go to Brandon
Yeah,
first.
do we have to decide this right now, or is this
No,
more
but
so a
this is just so we
discussion
can kind of
topic?
get a
Yeah,
number here as we wrap up the day.
Sure.
So we'll leave it at a zero right now.
Well, I would be comfortable increasing funding for it, as is, once you start having discussion with Brazeau County, discussions with some other parties, maybe even we discuss having naming rights for this bathroom. Maybe somebody's interested in sponsoring for that stuff, so.
Okay, so you'd like to see the 50 stay?
No, I think 50 plus the 2070 is probably pretty high. I would say that with the 20, we probably could add another 10 or 15, and I would think we'd probably be covering what this bathroom should cost.
Okay, so we'll add 10 and then we'll, see, just a placeholder. 10 there. Drayton Valley Comprehensive Family Violence, I'm getting is a no. And then the Aspen View D-Sledge project, I'm getting is a yes. Okay, and then so what is that additional? This is just a rough as we wrap it up today and close.
That would equate to either 1.5% to 2% tax increase alone for that project, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking just this Pondy sludge would be
Yeah.
1.5 to 2, yeah.
Yeah, and then also keep in mind that there is 4 projects that were included, so they don't have to stay in the budget as well. So you have the tuition assistance, the Lions West Park, records management, and the tree operating project. Those are in there, but they can be, replaced. Reserves, yeah, so the other 3 too can stay, they can be replaced, they can, so as we wrap up today's operational project list and operational section of the budget, do we have anything else from administration?
I'm just quickly doing a calculation based on, if you give me a few minutes. So we need, just trying to see what the impact would be if we were trying to raise another 282,000.
282?
Sorry? Yeah, so about another 1.6%, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. And then just going back up to full-time assistant public works manager, is that a position we don't have? Like, so you've got the GM, you've got the manager. Do we have parks and recreation? I'm just trying to, so we get the whole context with.
So, yeah, you keep playing with numbers. Currently, we have the GM, we have Public Works Manager. There used to be a Parks Manager as well. That was taken away last year.
Yeah.
And there is a sort of Parks lead hand, but that's a union position, so they cannot manage in the same way. They can just lead teams and train and stuff. And so then we have piloted with in-house dollars, the Assistant Public Works Manager for almost the last 6 months, and we have found that it's been most effective in managing the staff and those kind of things. So it has been included. It is currently a funded position in this presentation, so.
Okay. So any other questions as we wrap up today? Tomorrow, we will jump right into capital budget, I believe, in the morning?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, great job, everyone. Thank you so much, administration. I know that,
Absolutely.
you know, our council may not be aware of this, but there is hours and days and weeks and months that our admin team puts into presenting us with this budget and trying to look for efficiencies and to deliver a balanced budget that they believe is fair and present it so we're not having to make such difficult decisions when it comes to projects and spending. So I certainly appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, the time, the effort, everything that everyone does. So a big thank you to all of our administration for all the work that they've done for this. And great job today, great job, council, good questions, and we'll kick it off tomorrow again at 9 a.m. heading into Capitol. Good job. Thank you.